T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff. Es mi niña bonita. Sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
My computer got festive on me. Good morning, filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. It's another fine day, guys. Another fine day. Let's check out our technicals. Let's see what is happening and why it's happening. Let's start over here first. Get rid of the tally marks. So it looks like overnight we had about 500,000 shares available to loan. It looks like it dropped about 50,000. ETFs are, looks like they borrowed maybe about 600,000 out of the ETFs. So not a whole lot of borrowing going on right now, at least it doesn't look like it. You'll notice that the tally marks short exempt volume did increase day over day. As shown on this page right here, it went from 343,100 to 365,121. With the amount of dark pools decreasing just slightly to 64% in the dark pools. I appear to be missing a volume page. Oh, here it is. I must have left the volume page. So my prediction on volume yesterday, I'll throw it back up here on the screen. Yesterday was 55 to 75 prediction. We ended up hitting 61. So we did hit the volume prediction. We're looking like another low volume day again. To be honest with you. Oh, the estimated outstanding shares. I've added this this up here at the very top. This is based off of the SayTech votes. Through Fidelity on my app, I'm able to look at that, so I can't actually show you how I'm getting this value. But essentially what I'm doing is I'm using that SayTech or Say Technologies voting, and I'm actually using the iOS app through Fidelity, so I don't have to use a third-party login, and I'm able to place my vote. So the top rated question right now. I'll just pull it back up on my phone so I can say what it is. The top rated vote is, do you have any plans to offer dividend again? And it looks like it's got 32.9 million shares with 27,784 votes. Now I updated this probably about 10 minutes ago. I'm not going to update it again, and I'll do certain intervals throughout the day. But if you divide that, or if you multiply that number, if you divide 32.9 million shares divided by 27,784 people, you come up with like 1180 something, 1184, I think. If you multiply that by the 4.1 million voters, or not voters, shareholders that we have, that would be 4.854 billion shares outstanding. Now, this is based off of a sampling of 27,000, almost 28,000 votes or shareholders, and how many shares that they have. So it's not a very good sampling size. I'd like to see a million, at least a quarter of the people. But we'll just continue to run this number and just kind of see where it heads. Volume is really low again this morning. I expected it to kind of be higher. Oh, it looks like we had a price drop while I was doing that. I do want to set up a pre-market buy order, possibly here. So let me just give me 1 second while I look into some things here on Fidelity. I don't know if you guys remember or not, but I had a value that I was looking at yesterday at $32.75 as being kind of the support line. We hit $32.78 as a low yesterday, so we got really close. It was super close, but we never quite hit. But we did bounce off of it, and it was really darn close. Let me see here. Okay. We're down to 33.21. So we never really hit like a huge price increase day over day from that 32.78. So I'm still going to consider this a down moment or down phase. You know, there's a chance that we might actually sell off a little bit more than what we had at 32.78, and so I'm just going to erase the high value that I had on my charting. Let's see here. All right, back to the technicals. I don't think that I have all of my Ortex data in yet, but we can take a look at it. Utilization did increase ever so slightly day over day. It went from 90.36 to 90.41, so just a very slight increase. If we take the amount of shares on loan, which I don't believe has changed yet. Oh, it has changed. Okay, 98.4. So it went from 97.9 to 98.4. So let's do the math here. We're going to figure out how many shares are available to borrow. By do a little bit of math here. The current amount on loan, 98,408,406. Let me just make sure I got that right. Okay. And then we divide that by the utilization percentage. And you get the total amount of shares that are available to be borrowed. So on Monday it was 9.5. Yesterday it was 10.45. So now I'm going to change that. And let's see what our new available amount of shares, because all we do is we just subtract this from the 98,408,406. And that gives us 10.43 million shares to borrow. So it looks like utilization just went up, and there were no shares that were really added to the amount, because it's almost identical to yesterday's numbers. 10.438. So we'll put 10.43. As far as volume, short share interest is at 15.08. I think that's ever so slightly higher than yesterday. Yesterday we were at 1502, yeah, and now we're at 1508. Just ever so slightly higher. The on loan average day per the on loan average age per day is slightly increased from day to day from 41.44 to, oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong, yeah, that's right. 41.44 to 41.55. But we did have a slight increase that happened over the last few days. So that's good. It's still trending up. It's from the last dip that we had, which is good. We want to see that continued on. We'll see if we have any new buy trading signals. Indigestion this morning. Nope. No new buying signals. I don't think. Let's check. We do have the quarterly signal that should be coming out Monday, when we do have the meeting on Monday. And I do plan on streaming that on Monday as well. I think. I'm not sure. Typically speaking, they have it in after-hour market. We'll see if that continues to hold true to normal. 32.86. Got down to 32.86, so we might bump off that 32.75 range again. We might break past it. I have a feeling we might break past 32.75, in which case our next level of support is down at 31.18. Pulling up our options and taking a look at those. And let's adjust our OI. Strongest support on open interest is at $38, it appears, on the call side. So it's dropped down from 40 to 38. And there's only 8.4. On the put side, $40. What's up with that? What happened to the 30? I guess they cashed out their $30 call, or sorry, puts for open interest. They're gone. Spike in price today, guys. I'm detecting it. The puts are actually higher than the calls on open interest. Very interesting. I feel like something's wrong here. This doesn't look normal. I don't know what to make of this. Open interest on down here at the $120 range is also gone. At the $90, which I have here, it's still at 19,000, so that's still there. What is this all about? It's zeroed out, as if they were afraid that they weren't going to get close. Okay, well, let's look at the total final. These are the final tallies for volume as of yesterday. It looks like a call options, the strongest amount of call options was at $40 strikes at 26.1 at 40, and 26.8 at 30. This is interesting, guys. I mean, based on what I'm seeing here, it looks like they've sold off their open interest puts on the $30 strike price, which would indicate to me that they do not see that as a level of support any longer. There is a bit of a support at $15. $32.75. Look at that, bounced right off at $32.75. Okay. Looks like I need to be watching the actual share prices. Let me put this back up here. Drag it back across. Nope, never mind. Hold on 1 second. Slow morning for me. My brain is not working yet. Still waking up. It looks like I bought shares. our inflow versus outflow. Let's look at the rest of the market right now. And we'll come back to the inflow versus outflow at the end of the day yesterday. While we're waiting for that to load, I'm going to go ahead and drag Fidelity over, and we'll just take a look at the fact that AMC is still second in trending in stocks. We're currently on a 71 to 29% buy versus sell order ratio. GME has moved up to 87 to 13%. Actually, that sounds about the same as yesterday. But they are fifth in trending. Robinhood is actually on the top, and they nearly have it's 53 to 47. So there does appear to be a little more buying than selling on Robinhood. Software and IT services seems to be the sector that's hurting the most. We do have more advancers than decliners. This morning, 34.21 to 32.26. Let's look at Robinhood. Up 14% in the pre-market, up to $46 now. They're having big leaps and bounds here. So they've had a nice run since the start of yesterday, where they opened up at about $37 and they're now at 53.83, or at the high. 53 currently. Amazon still struggling. Should be around 3,600. Is at 33.66. Cinemark is down in the pre-market 0.5%. Dogecoin's 19.6 or 0.196. I always want to think of that as dollars. I don't know why. My head does an automatic conversion. GME is currently up ever so slightly in the pre-market. We are down 2.2% in the pre-market. I would definitely have bullish tendencies about the price today. Let's see, I'm going to have Eric go first today. Eric or Duncan can go first today on price predicting. Good morning, Duncan. Okay, so you think that the open interest will fill in a little bit later? Okay, so I'm asking Duncan if he wants to go first today. He has time. Don't feel rushed, Duncan. You got plenty of time in here, and we got another 36 minutes before we even need to start finalizing those. I do like everybody to kind of see the volume that we're going to have for the day based off that 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume. So it looks like we've tested that 3275 range, maybe 3280 range about 3 times now, 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. This does look like a bearish indicator. So if I were to draw this out, I would probably draw something that looked a little bit like this. So when this does break out of this wedge right here, this triangle, because the flat line is on the bottom, it would break out going down. It does look like it's going to try to break through there. So the interesting, yeah, the interesting thing to me, and if those options are going to come back, if that open interest options will come back and populate in there, that'll be interesting to see. Because right now it says 0. Like they close their positions. Okay, so we did break out of the wedge going down. This is definitely moving into that territory that I was talking about with synthetic price failures yesterday. This is the critical point in time where people have to decide whether they're going to buy or hold. The 20% drop range is where they really try to get you, and now we're moving into numbers that are beyond that point. We're at 20.3% drop from the previous high of 4094 on the 27th. So this, anything more than 2%, like a 20, we could get up to a drop of 22.5, and I would say it was still a synthetic price failure. But anything beyond that, and that is actual paper hands that are probably selling. I am going to start pushing. Let me see what you wrote here. You see the resistance support around the 33 mark. I think they want it under before opening. Don't have the data from yesterday, but seems that almost none of the puts under 40 have been closed. So this is the let me pull it up through Fidelity just to see if I'm seeing different numbers through Fidelity. So this is the options chain through Fidelity. Okay, they're there still. 20.5. Okay, so that's really strange that Yahoo shows them as zeroed out though. So I'll go ahead and put it in here. Oops. Well, what am I doing? I'm messing everything up. Calls is for 40. Oh, my number block. Well, what is the deal? Oh. Had, I guess I must have hit insert somehow. So $40 strike on the calls is open interest is at 27.5. And then 30 at 20.5. There we go. Okay. So I'm squared away there. Man, I saw your messages late yesterday. Hopefully you guys had a fun time yesterday doing that looked like an amusement park. I went and looked it up after you mentioned what it was, and it looked like it was a fun amusement park. Hopefully you guys had a lot of fun doing that. But I'd wish that you'd put in a price prediction before I. Normally, when I'm going through and checking all the technicals, I don't have any, the YouTube screen, so I can see the chat box on the side. But I did say something to you yesterday. I was like, hey, throw in your price prediction before you go, but it was too late. I didn't catch you in time. I have this habit of sitting on legs. I like sitting on my leg for some reason. It's probably really bad for me. So if you ever see me like adjust myself like this, that's what I'm doing. I'm readjusting to sit on a leg. Yeah, I might have to get rid of that Yahoo options page and just put the Fidelity one up over there. I'm gonna do that. I think it's just better. It's more accurate reporting. Throw it up over here. Yeah, it's probably not good for the back, but I have a really messed up back already, and so it might actually be good for me. I have a scoliosis, so it's a curvature in the spine. If you're aware of what it is, I actually have I'm trying to remember the degrees. I think the last time that they checked it, it was 40 or 42 degree curvature, which is super, super, super bad. Well, it's not the worst. I mean, there's definitely people out there who've got a worse degree curvature. But at those kind of degrees, I can elect. I'm at that point to where I can elect to have surgery done to have a titanium rod attached to my spine to straighten out my spine. But the problem is I'll never be able to bend my back again if I do that, and I'll probably be forever debilitated by the fact that I've got this rod, this open surgery with titanium rod attached to my spine. But scoliosis can be life-threatening if it gets too bad, because with the type of curve that I have, which is an S curve, it starts to kind of twist your rib cage. Right, so you've got this like S curve, and so like your ribs are just kind of turned because of the S, and so some of your ribs can start pushing on some of your vital organs on the front side, which can get kind of dangerous. So at some point, I won't have the choice to elect to decide to have the titanium rod, and they will just uh, tell me that it's too critical and that I need to have it done. Um, Typically speaking, your curvature doesn't get worse once you're past adolescence, but as you do get older, age kicks in and you start hunching over a little bit, and the body starts doing old people stuff. And so that curvature could end up getting worse later on in the older years. But I've never let it control my life. I've always done what I wanted to do, and um, but sitting on a leg like this, I think sometimes it makes me feel like I'm a little more balanced, and I can sit more straight when I have a leg up like that. So it's kind of odd. I know um, when I first started doing triathlons a long, long time ago, I was having a problem getting underneath like an 8-minute mile on my runs. And when I was younger, I didn't have a problem with that at all. I used to run sub 6 miles. And but as I had gotten older and into closer to my 30s, I just couldn't run less than an 8-minute mile because I had this like severe back pain. And I just felt like as I was running, it almost felt like if you were to hold your two front fingers in front of you. I know it's kind of dark in here, you can't see my camera very well, but if you were to hold your two front fingers in front of you, that's what it felt like my legs were like. I felt like one leg was longer than the other, and I was doing this like rocking motion as I was running. And so I went to a specialist and asked him, I was like, hey, is there something we can do to modify um, my shoes a little bit so that they can, I don't feel like I'm running like this, because it takes when you have that much of a even if it's just so slight uh, canter in your running, it feels like it's knocking the wind out of you, and it just doesn't allow you to get very good breathing techniques down for running faster. And so the doctor put an insert into my shoe, one of my shoes, and I think it was like I think it's a 3/8 of an inch insert, so almost a half inch. It's real close to a half inch insert into my shoe, and I instantly went from like 8-minute miles down to uh, like sub sevens overnight. It was incredible, absolutely incredible. And so it was shocking to me that a shoe insert was all it took to drop an entire minute. I mean, when you're running, for those people who watch this and have ran in the past, you know that a minute off your mile time dropped in it. If you could just drop it like that with the snap of a finger, is just absolutely incredible. So I was shocked to see that kind of improvement. But it ended up getting even better once I got past that 7-minute mark. I was able to decrease it even further down to 6 and sub sixes again for even longer distances than I had when I was a kid. So it really helped out quite a bit. But yeah, sitting on a leg for some reason feels really good to me. Only cuts off the circulation after a while. Not so good. Um, yeah, it was crazy. I couldn't believe it. Dropping a minute off my mile time. The best part about it was at the time I was training with a buddy of mine, and we were really competitive with each other, and that's really kind of what got me into doing the triathlons really hardcore. And my struggle was always the run. When we go running together, I was always struggling to just keep up with him, and he was improving over time. When we first started out, we were running like I want to say like 12-minute miles or something like that, and we just kept improving, improving. And then once I got down to that 8-minute mark and I couldn't break it, he was still improving, and it was really frustrating to me to see him pulling away from me all the time, and I wanted to be able to keep up and I couldn't. So as soon as I got that insert and instantly improved by that minute, it was a game changer for me, and he had to step up his game quite a bit to try and catch up. So I want to push something a little bit today, guys. True Demon, who came on here and did an interview, I don't know, a week or so ago. Um, he had mentioned that he was a hacker, so to speak, by nature, for a living. Companies hire him to try and break into their systems to show them where their flaws are. And I just want to state that he did indeed post something on Twitter. I believe it was last night, and it actually started making it around on Reddit as well. Let me see if I can find it real quick here. Here he is. So he put, if you're nervous about the sharing your information with Say Technologies or Played, in order to vote your shares for questions in the AMC earnings and question and answer, I'm happy to put your fears to rest. I'm an infosec professional. This is what I do. And he basically, what does he say here? He wrote out like a big long um, a huge long thing on Reddit about whether or not it's safe or not to use Say Technologies. So let me see if I can post this. So if you're afraid to use that voting structure, because I know I was, read this and just check it out. And geez, this breakdown is massive. Yeah, let me copy and paste this. I'm not going to read all this. There's so much to read. Let's see, copy link. I have to email it to myself to get it to the computer, I think. Wait, I think I can share it. Maybe I can only do it the other way around on my computer. So I'll just email it to myself. Hmm. It's not letting me paste the link for some reason. Let's try this again. There we go. Okay, so it should be my email. And I'll post this in the I'll post this up. Actually, I think I'll pin it up. In today's notes. So it's worth a read. If you have any concerns about that, using that system, you know, I think he does probably a pretty good job of laying that to rest. As a hacker, I think that speaks loudly. So tried crunching the numbers on my theory from Monday. The numbers I tried to work with had too big discrepancy to be able to use. I can't tell what that word is. Something institutional ownership ranged from 21 to 27%. And again, to date on the data, made it not viable to do. Might try it again end of August, but it will be historical, not viable to predict. Yeah, man, I was super bullish for today at the end of yesterday. Today's kind of the day where I felt like there was going to be kind of like a change, a swing in red days to green days. I don't know if this is a pre-market push to try and get down as low as they possibly can before it does take off on them. I'm going to go back and look historically and see if that's something that they've done in the past. Here in just a second. What was I going to look at? Oh yeah, the 30-minute interval, the RSI is super low at 23.82. So there's definitely some buying pressure that's going to be had. RSI at the 5-minute interval is at 14.27. So there's definitely, it's oversold for sure. I don't think that they can continue on like this without some kind of either consolidation, major consolidation, or a reversal of this trend that we're on currently. So let's go back in the history and check and see if we've ever had like a pre-market time frame where just before a big push, there was a downturn in the pre-market. So I'm just going to kind of drag back to different days where we've had like big price increases. That was a pre-market increase that kind of extended into the open market. Here's a day right here was a pretty big increase. What days are these? This is 720. Here's a good example right here of a pre-market drop where we had a rebound, but then another drop. That could be similar to what we might see today, right there, if I had to guess. And the open was about $42 that day and fell to $40, so like a $2 drop. Here's another day where there's a pre-market drop or dip leading to an end of the day increase where the market opened at about 32 and ended at 34. That actually could be what we see today. I would kind of expect something like this. This is what I'm looking to. Actually, this whole portion of this right here is kind of what I think the next 3 days is going to look like, right here. So a drive up to maybe $44 over the next 2 days. Yeah. Volume, is it picking up? Yep, it sure is. And it's not even 7 o'clock yet. I'm telling you, I've got bullish sentiments about today. I said that yesterday. In fact, I thought in the aftermarket hours that we would see something big happen. We didn't. In fact, just the opposite. This whole section right here feels like what we've been going through and what we might see again. This might be a repeating pattern right here. And that would be the 16th through the 20th. So 16, 9, let's see, wait a minute. 16, yeah, then the 19th. So this is a Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Look at this one here. Pre-market. Pre-market went from 32.73 all the way down to 31 before it took off. Just had like a massive buy. I'm still bullish on today. I really am. I do think that if we get down to that $31 range, I think there's going to be massive buying pressure. The question is that we're trying to figure out is how much buying pressures are going to be, and will it get us, what level will it get us to? On this particular day where we got down to 31, we ended the day at, let's see, this is the 15th. Let's get accurate data here. On the 15th, it made it to $36. It opened at 32.20. Yeah, 32.20. It closed at 36. I might hedge around 36, 33 to no, sorry, 34.5 to 37.5. Here it was 31.15 and closed at 34. Let's see, what day was this? This is the 19th. And on the 19th, it closed at 34.62. So if I said, yeah, that would get, okay. Pretty sure I've got my price prediction now. I don't even need to see the 7 a.m. anymore. Volume is picking up though. Let's go back to that one day. Again, we bounced off that 32. We went down. Oh, I said again. I didn't mean again. We bounced off of 32.25, and it looks like we're heading back up now. I think yesterday, I think John had mentioned to me that there was a level of support at 32.25. Okay, my volume prediction for the day. All right. I guess I better give you a good one. Let's see here. Well, we got to wait for the volume, the pokey stick of volume at 7 a.m., which we got 8 more minutes. As it stands, it looks to me like we've just kind of got like a double hump of volume that kind of corresponds to these two dips here. So I wouldn't say that there's anything like, I can't really predict anything off of what I'm seeing here. So I think the important thing to understand though is that when we have this rebound, if it's the kind of rebound that I'm thinking it's going to be, where we push back into the 40s again, one of the most important factors about those rebounds is what kind of buying pressure we get from FOMO. If we get a lot of it, we can really drive the price up really high. And I was watching an interview. I shouldn't say watching. I was listening to an interview on Twitter. I didn't even know that they had this. I don't know. It may be a new thing. But Twitter has this, like, it's almost like a Discord now, where people can create rooms and for people to go in and listen to interviews with other people. Anyways, they interviewed that the dark pool princess Stephanie, and I can't remember her last name for the life of me. Um, but they interviewed Stephanie yesterday about the dark pools and asked a lot of dark pool questions. And I actually was in queue to try to ask a question, but never got in there before I had to leave. But it was really interesting. It was an interesting interview. They had a big panel of people there. There was almost 1,000 people in the room listening. So they had quite a big turnout. I didn't even know it was happening. I just kind of stumbled across it because I happen to have, I guess I'm following somebody who was either hosting or was a part of I know I follow Stephanie, so it could be just because she was part of the interview that I saw it. But anyways, she had some interesting things to say. At one point, and this is something that I want to stress really carefully to people who may see this. Um, you have to remember that people who have been in the institution or part of the institution have this mindset of playing by the rules, so to speak. And what I mean by that is that this is the way we do it, and we do it for a reason. And the reason is it takes away the emotion, it takes away all the factors that it's just good trading practices. Now, having played poker, I can tell you that there's there's specific ways to play poker correctly and profit. You can follow the rules of poker and become a winning player just by following the rules. That's it. All you got to do is follow these mathematical rules that are set up, and as long as you don't deviate outside of these rules, you can become a winning poker player. And you don't even have to read people. You just have to know positional playing and know odds and some of the statistics that go with those odds. Um, the institution for um, our economy, our market, is the same way. It works on the same principles. They have principles that they have defined and set up that are rules that you just don't break. If you want to be a good trader, if you want to make money trading, these are rules and systems that you just don't break. What we're doing with buying and holding breaks those rules. This is like a poker player coming in and saying, I'm going to just double down on every single hand that comes out. I'm going to start with $1 and I'm just going to keep doubling down until finally I hit, and then I'm going to walk away. That's essentially what we're doing, which you can do. That actually it's a strategy, but it's not a strategy that's held by institutional players or players of poker who play it constantly. So it's just kind of a bad. You can run into there are some flaws in it. Um, so anytime you have one of these institutional people who are looking at what it is that we're doing, they see some flaws in it, and so they point those flaws out. And it would be normal to. It would not be abnormal. I would expect anybody to look at what we're doing and say like, "That's kind of crazy," And she mentioned on the show that in the 27 years or something like that that she's been trading for, that she's never seen what we're doing done before. And so that's the key part that you have to remember that she says she's never seen this done before, because she starts to say, like, what are you guys trying to achieve? Are you trying, because these guys were trying to ask her questions about collecting data so that they can prove stuff. And then she's like, who are you going to report it to? You collect all this data and who are you going to report it to? And, somebody's like, well, we'll report it to our congressman or whatever. And she's like, sure, that's great, but it might actually hurt you. It could benefit you. It could hurt you. There's good actors. There's bad actors. Um, but the ultimate end of the story that I want to take away from this is that when you talk to people who are in the institution or people who've been a part of trading for a long time, they are not going to see what we're doing as a solid technical plan to try and make money, and they will resist against it. And it's because it's not normal. It's not something they've seen in 20 something odd years. Ever. They've never seen anything like this. So, because there was a moment in the interview where I started to get a little discouraged based on what she was saying, because it was like, well, yeah, you can see all this market manipulation and everything, but who are you going to say it to? You just go to the SEC and report it, and they're not going to do anything. They never have. They never will. And so it was kind of a little bit of a eye-opening moment for me. But then I started thinking about it. I was like, I know I've heard these kind of things from people who have been in the market forever before, and nobody who looks at this who has played the stock market for a long time, including myself, is going to look at this and be like, instantly like, oh yeah, you should jump in on that. There's some red flags, which is why I always tell people don't ever invest more than you can afford to lose. But I do feel very strongly about this movement and what it stands for, and I think a lot of other people do too, and I think that's why it's working. Um, Volume of Pokey Stick here came in at 160. Ooh, that's good. That's a good number. Almost 200,000. It's 168. That is a good number. I am really bullish on today. Let me see here. 200 and we're at 279,000 shares traded. Almost 300,000. Oh, I haven't seen this in a hot minute. I'm trying to think back now to is that about 1 million? Maybe 1 million. Sorry, I said 1 million. I meant 100 million. 100 million, maybe 110 million. Volume's picking up. I'm gonna go with 115 to 130 on volume prediction for today. Kind of an oddball number. It's a little bit higher than what I think I would normally predict. But I think you have to account for the fact that if we do get a good push of volume to start off the morning and we do start heading in the right direction, you're going to have more and more people coming in and trying to buy at these low prices, and so that's going to increase volume even more. So you're going to have kind of this like large push that it would be hard to predict for at our current values. Because I would say normally we want to see 1 million shares by 7 a.m. That's typically what I like to see. I've said that for a long time now. 1 million shares is where you want to see it at. Right now we're only at 285,000, so we're a third of the way there almost. So let me drop that volume down just a little bit. That is a bit high. Let's go 90 to 110. Let's go back to the 9th and see what the volume was on the 9th. I'm sorry, the 15th. It was 199 million on the 15th. The day before, on the 14th, it was 137. And the day after, the 15th, was 166. 199 in volume. That's just something you can't predict. I'm afraid my volume is going to be way low. Today's a hard one. Would have loved to see my anticipated bull run start today, but we'll go with a bearish 30 to 33.3. You only get $3, so I'm going to give you, I think you want 30.3 to 30. I'm not sure what you want there. Do you want 30 to 33? Or do you want 30.3 to 33.3? Okay, 30.3. I got you down. Okay, I got you down. I'm going to come in at 34.5 to 37.5. And I will reach out to the other two gentlemen, John and Eric, to find out where they're at. Okay, I reached out to both those two gentlemen. We will see where they go. I mean, volume is really just kind of ticking up there pretty quickly. It is definitely a good sign. I've been saying since I think last week that I was bullish for Wednesday this week. 29 to 32 for John. 29 to 32. And John said he hasn't seen the volume yet today. Let's see here. I'm still looking at some information. I'm still sticking with my price. I'm still trying to figure out volume and if I want to change it, because the thing is back on the night on the 15th of this last month, we had a very similar pattern to what I feel like we're going to see today. And we ended up hitting, on that day in particular, we hit 199 million in volume, which was huge. There's just no way you could predict something like that, especially when it was running like on the 9th it was 57 million, on the 12th it was 62, then it jumped up to 86, then 137, and then on that next day was 199. I think we might be. Let me go back to the. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be so hard to predict volume for today. Anything could possibly happen. Maybe I'll just stick with the 90 to 110 million. I mean, if we had 100 million today, if we were to hit that, that would be almost double what we've been doing. Almost, not quite. Which would put me super bullish for, not just bullish for Thursday and Friday, but super bullish for Thursday and Friday. Yeah, I'm gonna leave my volume where it's at 90 to 110 prediction, but I have a strange feeling that we're gonna be hitting much higher than that. It could be as high as 199. It just, like I said, it just depends on how if this starts to run. You know, how many FOMO people that we could come in and how much volume can we pick up from that? And that's just something you can't predict. There's just no way you can predict that. By putting the volume where I'm putting it at right now, it's, you know, I'm basically stating that the volume's almost going to double. That's about as best as you can do in a prediction. 1 million. We didn't even hit 1 million shares by 7 a.m., which is what I like to see. I feel like 1 million shares by 7 a.m. kind of gives us like a 200 million day, and we didn't hit that. But that doesn't mean that we can't hit 200 million. It just means that the day's starting off slower in volume than I would like to see in order to get to that number as a prediction. Okay, so now I'm only waiting on Eric for price predictions. So I'll go ahead and start moving some of the numbers or some of the tally markers around here. Let's free these up. Oh, that was already undone. Okay, so first we'll grab John because he's the closest here, and he's going to move down to 29 to 32. So John's super bearish today. I, on the other I, on the other hand, am bullish. Looks like I've got 34.5, so I'm a little bit higher than I was yesterday by about 50 cents. So we'll move my other one up as well. And I swear I locked those. I did, and then I unlocked it. And his upper, John's upper is going to be $32. And I gotta grab Duncan's way up here. This is from 2 days ago that he predicted this. Okay, Duncan's coming in at 33.3 and 30.3. There we go. All right, so the only person I got to move now is Eric. And I'm going to delete these Fibonacci's because I accidentally moved one of them. We'll recreate some Fibonacci's based off of more. Actually, I'm going to go back to those 15th dates and kind of create it off of that because I think that's where we're headed. And I think they'll give us a good idea of levels of support and resistance based on those days. So let me scroll back to the 15th. We'll use a 30-minute chart. Actually, no, we won't. We'll use 5-minute. 5-minute interval to scroll back. And we're going back to the 15th. 22, 2019, 15. Right here. This is the 9th. 13, 14, 15. Oh, stop jumping on me. Okay, so here's where we're going to draw out our Fibonacci. We're going to take this bottom of 31.1. We're going to go to the top at, we're going to draw 2 of them here. Oh, you son of a gun won't let me do it. What is jumping all over the place? Delete. Let's try it right here. My goodness, it's jumping around. All right, Fibonacci from 31.1 to high of 37.42. And then we're going to get another one in here. Let's lock that first, just so I don't accidentally drag over it. And we'll get another one from this, looks like it's 33.41 up to 39.87. Holy moly, this thing is just driving all over the place. It does not like it. For some reason, Webull does not like it when you go back and you start looking at stuff in the past. Wow. Did you see that Did you see that jump? It's crazy. Gotta be quick. Okay. So it's kind of like 2 different levels of support. We'll notice that we have like a 50%er in here and then a 50%er in here. We want to try and fall in between these numbers today, so somewhere between 34.26 and 36.60. That's going to lead up to a really nice day for tomorrow if we can drive into those kind of ranges in price. Stop it. Holy moly, man. This is just, it's absolutely nuts how much this is trying to drift. All right, lock, color, yellow. Yellow. All right, let's go back down to our single day. And here's where we're at. So we are indeed bouncing off. We'll just kind of take a look at where we're at here. So yeah, look at this morning. It traded in between these two Fibonacci lines like most of the morning, maybe in the pre-market hours for Europe, trending right in between those two levels of support and resistance, and then finally breaking out once I guess when Fidelity would have opened up their markets to day traders, and drop down past this level of support here, but then kind of we're trending back up towards it. So I don't have really good charting until probably until we get up into the $34 range for levels of resistance and support. But you know, we'll work with it. We'll work with what we got. Hey, you can't blame my volume prediction on. I mean, there's just no way for me to predict like 199 million volume on a day where we start off with 300,000 at 7 a.m. I mean, that's just like it's impossible to predict that. Uh, I think the prediction is fair. Um, I even kind of jumped it up just ever so. Well, I didn't. I backed it back down. I was going to say 115 to 130, or 115 to 135, but I did back it down ever so slightly just because we just don't have the volume to support that right now. I mean that could change, but I can't predict FOMO. That's just one thing I can't predict. Um, FOMO's real. That needs to be a T-shirt. FOMO's real. It replaces the shirt from the '90s of shit happens. Have I thoroughly like made people sick with my driving around on the the chart today this morning? It's been all over the place. Okay, so we're breaking past 32.49 as a level of resistance, or 32.45 rather. It does look like there's a sell wall at 32.58 and 32.60. We have a really good spread so far this morning without even Eric coming in and putting in a price prediction yet. We do have a really good spread from we're covering our bases from $29 all the way up to 33.3, but then there's a gap between 33.3 and my 34.5 to 37.5. So if Eric fills that gap, we shouldn't have a missed day today because we would cover everything from 30 or 29 all the way up to 37. If we if we break over 37 and a half, so be it. I don't think any of us will complain. So it just depends on whether or not Eric covers that gap between 33.3 and 34.5. And we've seen that happen before, where we had like a $1 gap and it happened to fall up right into that $1 gap. Quite unfortunate. So we broke through the 32.58. We got another wall at 32.70 of 2,000 shares. Today's gonna be interesting, guys. I mean, I think we're gonna see a lot of volatility. It's hard to say how high we're gonna get. This would almost lead me to believe that the rest of the market should be on fire right now. But it's not. It's not on fire right now. Let's see where we're at on the rest of the market. So it looks like our advancers to decliners is not changing. So it might actually be what it actually is. 34.21 advancers to 32.26. I'm going to quickly look at my internet connectivity here and see if there's not something I can do to improve, as it does look like it's not being supported very well right now. Well, let me see if there's something I can kind of turn off here to help improve things. There is. So I'll turn off a few things here really quick. And we'll see if that makes things a little bit better. We should see the stream start to clear up a little bit. So on the current price, we're having a nice launch, taking off here. Still waiting on Eric to come in with a price prediction. I'll give him another text here in about 5 minutes. I do like to try and get everybody in by 7:30, if possible. Let's see if the amount of shares borrowed is impacting, or if the price is impacting the amount of shares borrowed. Oh, yes, it is. There is an expected fight. They're already at 1.11 million shares borrowed for the day today. I'll pull it up over here so you guys can see it. But 1.11 million shares borrowed with a 15.25% short share interest on the free float, which means that we are up almost 25%, or sorry, 0.25% from where we were at this morning earlier. So I'm going to go ahead and update shares borrowed to 1.1 million. The value I had yesterday was 99K. And we're at 1.1 million. Let's check this out and see if it's changed at all. Estimated outstanding shares based on the SATEC vote. Let's see what we got here. SATEC, where are you at? Oh, say, can you see SATEC? Okay, so the values as of right now, and I could pull up my handy dandy little calculator over here, is currently 33.7 million shares divided by 28,528 votes. Give us 1181 times 4.1 million. Total voters is 4.843. So this number is dropping over time. But I'll keep updating this, maybe every couple hours today, and continue on until we can't update it any longer. Hopefully we can get to a million people, but I would say, based on that, we only have a sampling size of 28,500-ish people right now. I'm not going to hold my breath on that. It is interesting to see the differing opinions on what's going to happen for price today based off of, and I think that the problem is, I think it's sentiment. I think that there's room to argue that amongst the four of us, there's sentiment that is bearish and there's sentiment that's bullish. And irregardless of what the data actually is, we're picking prices that are just maybe slightly off. Now you might say I'm strictly looking at the data, and I would probably say the same thing too. I'm looking at the data. It's how we're interpreting the data, I think, and maybe also, um, you know, I guess maybe looking at the past, or how we feel about the past and what we might see going forward, as making the difference. We just had a nice spike up to 33.59 for just a second, and then it disappeared. That was odd. A little misreporting there, I guess. Because I would say that, since I have such a bullish number and John has such a bearish number, I think that there's definitely room for our interpretations to, or our feelings to kind of get mixed into what we're predicting for prices. Um, Historically, John has a better ratio of predicting the price than I do. Oh, no way, I take that back. He missed some time. So I'm going to go ahead and give him credit for having a better ratio. I mean, currently to date, we both have the same amount of 5 correct price predictions. I think I hit him up for his. No, he has 6. I don't think I hit him up for his value on Monday. Um, so he has one more than I have, but he has missed some time as well. So that's why I would say he's got a better prediction. But I have to say, like day over day, with this stock, it's if you went bearish day over day and you just consistently went bearish on this stock, you're probably going to be more right than wrong. Just because we have more time where it's heading down than we do where it's spiking up. Those spike ups are those ones that are hard to hit. So, if I continuously went bearish every single day by a couple dollars, it would probably be easier for me to hit the values consistently. So I tend to think that he's kind of bearish on the stock, and he doesn't see anything that indicates that there's going to be a reversal in what's happening. So that's where I'm coming up with numbers that are higher, as I'm looking at the past, and I think that there's going to be strong movement based off of past history. So yeah, I mean, there really isn't a whole lot of fun in just dropping the price $2 or $3 every day. My wife is here, so I'm going to take a bit of a break. I know she's bringing me some food and coffee. So I will be back at about 8:15, 8:10 to 8:15ish, to cover the opening portion of the day. So I'll see you guys in just a little bit. And I'll try and nail down Eric's price prediction during that time. Okay, guys, I am back. Let's see here. Where are we at? Let me go ahead and change some information. Looks like we had some conversation going on here. What did I miss out on? Let's see. Does all pre-market shares affect the ticker price, or does it include trades set to hit at market open? The big spike you see the first minute are the ones hitting when market opens. Yes, all pre-market shares affect the ticker price. That is a yes to that. So the actual price right now is $33.74. It's up here in the top right. Yeah, it is starting to look way more bullish. So I'll zoom out here a little bit. Look at that George W. Look at that. That is just that's a textbook George W. This spike up in volume right here. That's the 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume. That's what I call it. Pokey stick of volume at 7 a.m. That was 168,000, which is probably 3 times as much as what it's been in the last couple days. So, if you wanted to say that's, if you just divide, multiplied the amount of volume that we've had over the last three or 4 days by that much amount, you'd come up with probably around 150 million shares traded for the day. However, the morning didn't start out completely like that. It was actually pretty slow, like most normal days. So I only have a volume prediction of between 90 and 110 million. I think I'm going to be way off on that. And of course, Duncan's going to be like, "Man, you suck." Well, I just can't. I can't predict. I can't predict FOMO, right? And when FOMO hits, the price is going to rip, and I just can't. I can't predict those kind of things. I'm predicting based off of past history trends. Normally, I like to see the number that I want to see for like 200 plus million shares traded for the day is about 1 million shares traded by 7 a.m. At 7 a.m. this morning, we were only at 300,000 ish. So I couldn't possibly. We're not even at 1 million yet, and it's almost 10 minutes away from market open. So it's tough to try and predict volume when it's spiking caused by FOMO or other buying pressures. So let's go through some of our indices here and just kind of see what's going on with everything. They had 450,000 shares earlier this morning. Looks like they borrowed almost all of them, and then they started slowly returning some of them. The ETFs were at 3.3. I believe it was 3.5 earlier this morning. Those dropped down, and it looks like they've still about 500,000 out. This number right here definitely decreased. It was in the 30,000s, I believe, earlier this morning. Yeah, so there's that. Let's look at the options. And I am using Fidelity from now on. So it takes me a little bit longer to look at it just because of the fact that I have to log into Fidelity each time. And it does log me out after like 15 minutes. So I unfortunately have to refresh that every time in order to get that to show up here. So give me just a second. What I will pull up, since I logged in and it's easy to just pull it up and over real quickly, is the popularity or the trending stocks for Fidelity right now. AMC is number 2 with 64 to 36 buys over sells. Robinhood is number 1 with 68 to 32% buys over sells, and GME is in last down here. What is that? 10th place? 3, 6, 9, 10. Yeah, 10th place. They slipped a little bit. They were in the 80 percentile range for 80. Like it was 80% buys over 20, less than 20% sells, and now it's down to 76.24. So there's that, and then we will refresh the options page here. And check and see. Oh, actually, options haven't changed at all. I forgot. Market hasn't opened yet. So, but the the heavy level of open interest is at $30 for the puts and $40 for the calls. The calls do outweigh the puts ever so slightly. Our current short share interest was at like 15.08, I believe, this morning. We are currently at 15.66 with 3.77 million. We're going to have a strong day today, guys. The last time I saw 3.77 million or around that range in shares borrowed for the day was a day that we jumped up pretty significantly. I don't want to say like massive amounts, but it was definitely, there was no mistaking that it was a green day. So we were at 1.1 million shares borrowed. We are now at 3.77. The more that number goes up, the more bullish the day looks for me. Utilization is at 90.41, which is just ever so slightly higher than yesterday. And I do want to open up, since I am tracking this now, estimated outstanding shares based off of the SATEC votes. I'm going to go ahead and open that on my phone real quick and check that out. I can't pull it up. I don't believe I can pull it up on Fidelity, but even if I could, I don't know that I want to show the information because I think it would identify how many shares I have. Okay, so we have 35 million shares, so we'll do little maths. 35 million shares. Currently accounted for the votes on 29,084 shareholders who have voted. Gives you a total outstanding share count per shareholder that's voted so far of 1203. Multiply that by the 4.1 million, which is going to increase next Monday. That was the last report that they had on North American, just only North American. Remember, this actually increases the more shareholders there are, and we do have more than 4.1 when you include Europe and areas of voters that cannot vote. But with these numbers alone, that increases to 4.933 billion outstanding shares. Again, this is just based on a sampling of 29,000 votes, basically. So still not enough for me to say this is a golden number here. It's not a fair distribution yet. Yeah, pre-market volume. I see what you're saying. I know you're saying pre-market volumes at 1.8. I get that. I'm tracking on Webull, and I believe what the difference is, and Webull's only showing just slightly less than 1 million shares traded in volume. The difference is I think, and if I'm not mistaken, what you're seeing there is the total accumulated volume. So it's including like the off market share trades, so like the dark pools included. So this is, I think this number right here is representative of just what's been traded on the NYSE in volume. So this is the number that I kind of base my stuff off of. I do know if you go to Yahoo, you get that number. If you go to Fidelity, you get that number. It depends on what platform you're looking at. I look at it on Webull, and so that's what I know, and I kind of track over time. A better prediction on those numbers. I'm looking it up. I'm going to check it out and see here what it says. Oh, that's an interesting link. I have not seen that. So he's breaking out. So this link that Duncan just posted up for everybody basically is showing like a distribution. It looks like he's estimating 5.32 billion. They're saying as a PhD holder in hard science, it was really grinding my gears to see bad uniformed statistics, just taking the average from the voting and multiplying by 4.1 million. which I would agree with. This is posted by with the Raleighs on Reddit. I would agree. I'll cover this. I'll cover this after the opening of the live start of the show for the opening of the market here, which starts in just a couple minutes. I think it's too much to cover just beforehand for me. I don't talk fast enough. But yeah, I'm extremely bullish for today. It's funny, the last time we had a bullish day like this, I wore this exact same shirt. And I said a comment about where I wore this shirt just so you could see my tits poking through. Jack to the tits. And so I decided this morning, I was like, I know today's going to be a bullish day today. I'm wearing that shirt again. So I put on the same exact shirt. This is my bullish shirt. So, I'm so not PC. Yeah, we'll cover that here. That post that you put up. Jack 'em. Oh wait, I don't have my video up. Oh my gosh, you guys can't even see what I'm doing. I'm over here drawing circles like this. I'm gonna take the video off for the opening though. All right, guys, we'll see you on the other side of the start.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Operation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Forward leg now at S.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. That was a beautiful launch that we had this morning. I really enjoyed that. We are retracting a little bit from the 35.24 that we hit. Let me just reset a couple of things here, and we'll kind of start taking a look at what's going on here. Okay. I wanted to look at SSR. I wasn't sure if we had triggered SSR yesterday. I kind of wasn't even on my radar, so I never even looked to see what the price was. But 30.23 is the SSR trigger price for the day today. It does not appear that there's a whole lot of lending going on, according to the stonk tracker. But if you look over at Ortex, let's refresh this real quick just to make sure we got everything accurate. We are at 3.78 million shares borrowed for the morning today, which is last time we saw this, it was definitely a green day. We have 15.66% short share interest on the free float. Just looking at that value over time, there's just a nice upwards trend on that. We did have obviously a spike down after this last price drops, but it's just it's still kind of moving in the right direction, which is looking good. Coin Research, good morning. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Let's see, 34.74. So we are cooking right now. We did have a little bit of a fall off the top, and it does look like it's starting to recover. The volume is looking really good right now. We are at 6 million shares traded in 5 minutes, so that's more than a million a minute, or at least it seems that way. There was 3 million the first minute, and then it dropped down to 794, and 629, 505. So yeah, it's not quite not quite a million a minute. It's about 500,000, which is good. We want to stay over 250. That's the number that we're looking for to hit 100 million shares and traded in one day. The minimum that you should have on average for the day is 250,000 shares traded per minute. So this is on a good starting pace to get us to that 100 million. The volume that I have predicted for today is between 90 and 110 million. So we're right on pace. Looking really beautiful. Let's look at our, it's probably a little too early. I'm going to wait until 8:45 to look at our options, maybe even 8:50. I think it's a little too early to be checking those. But I do want to cover that topic real quickly here. And today I titled Pump Up the Volume. I really felt like there was going to be massive amounts. So before I even started the live stream, I titled these. And you'll notice that I don't even have the, I do have the correct date in there. I titled today Pump Up the Volume because I felt like today was going to be a massive increase on volume. So I titled it Pump Up the Volume. And here we are. We're pumping it up. This is what I anticipated, and I'm really glad to see that it's pumping through. It's a good thing. We want to continue to see this volume high, though. If it starts to drop off, that's when it makes it easy for the price to be manipulated back down again. So it does look like it's starting to dip a little bit. Went to 343. Let's see how this next minute turns out. We want to probably stay above 250 if possible. We'll see how it turns out here in a second. I do want to cover what Duncan linked in here. I think one of the really important things, if we want to have any kind of validity to the Say Technology vote share count vote for the quarterly shareholder meeting that's going to happen on Monday, we have to have a better representation of the amount of voters that are out there. I know for myself personally, I was extremely not wanting to put in any of my data whatsoever to put in a vote because I didn't want to give out my password or login ID to a third party. However, True Demon, the gentleman who is a hacker by living for companies to see how safe they are, posted out a really amazing Reddit, and I've linked it up in the I pinned it up today. If you want to go read that, he breaks down and tells you why it's safe to use that platform to track. Now, since then, it's been pointed out on Reddit that you can indeed go straight through your Fidelity app if you have the iOS app and straight into that without putting any passwords or login or anything like that. And there's a direct link enabling you to be able to put in a vote. So I went ahead and did that, did my part, and I think that I'm pretty confident if you read that Reddit post that I have pinned up, I think you'll probably feel a little bit better about doing this shareholder count. And I think what it's going to help to do is identify maybe how many shares we have per shareholder, and I think that ultimately what it could end up doing is benefiting us and proving that there's a massive amount of shares out there, more than there should be, and that'll drive more investors to the stock to buy it. So that's what the hope is. But I do want to read this post Duncan had posted up here. I will put it off to the side. Did I not put my picture back up? Okay, I'm going to put it off to the side without the tally marks. And you can read along, or you can just, whatever. And we'll watch the stock price on the left. Some proper statistical analysis and more realistic estimation of shares. This is with Raleigh's, with D Raleigh's on Reddit, right there. Post Karma 1.5K, Comment Karma 6.8. It's a 3-year-old account, which I trust. I trust that alone is a good sign to me. But essentially, they say, as a PhD holder in a hard science, it was really grinding my gears to see bad information statistics just taking the average from the voting and multiplying by 4.1 million. I totally agree. I'm only doing it right now because, there's nothing really else to, he's probably gonna outline like a better way of doing it, but I don't have the time to sit there and do all that, so I'm just doing it the easy way. So he would be talking about me right here. This is way overestimating the shares, so I wanted to find a grounded in actual science lower limit. Don't worry, the news is still good. And I agree completely with what he's saying here. For all the years that I've been doing statistical process control, the amount of shareholders who've actually voted is like, what was the value? just under 30,000, 29,000 people, which is a terrible sampling. I want to invoke the 80-20 rule on this one, which here will basically translate to 20% of the apes are doing 80% of the work, more or less. What I mean by that here, let's say that 20% of the 4.1 million are holding more shares than the rest of the apes. I'm going to assume a sample size of these people would have the higher average of 1185 shares that we're seeing from the voting. Again, I would agree, and Duncan also pointed that out, that would probably be the case. For 80% that are not as involved, I'm going to say that their average is 120, which is the number that Adam Aaron fed to us back in June. And oddly, 10% of the average that's coming through from voting. I wonder how he gets that number. Okay, I know how Adam Aaron got the 120, and all Adam Aaron did was took the total amount of outstanding shares divided by the 4.1 million shareholders that we had, which gave you an average of 120. So I don't think that that's I would say that that's a very low estimate. But let's just see where he goes with this. What is this? It gives us a bimodal distribution. 80% of the apes have an average of 120, and 20% have an average of 1185. For a normal distribution, we need to know a standard deviation as well. Totally agree with this. I selected a standard deviation equal for both sets to their averages, meaning basically the bell curve are as wide as they are tall, not visually, mind you, but math-wise. Okay, so I would assume that this is the 20%, and this is the 80% right here, based on what I'm seeing. So he did a distribution around those. So like if your average was 1180 or something like that or thereabouts, it's going to center, your bell curve is going to center around that value. He's saying that 80% of the apes have 120, so that your peak would be there, and you standardize your bell curve around that 120 for that 80%. Okay, so I see what he's doing. I used Excel to compute these distributions ranging from 1 share to 10,000 shares, then found out how many shares are held at each count, the X value, multiplied that number by the number of shares at each X value, then added the two curves together to get the following graph. For example, there's 6,840 shares held by people that only have 1 share, 1.1 million held by people who have 100 shares. This is okay. Because I actually had said that if you wanted to create a bell curve, and you said that the people who are voting are the top sigma, or in other words, the tail end of a bell curve. So if a bell curve, can I draw on this page? Where's my drawing tool? Let me just get a snapshot of this, and I'll try to draw you guys something real quick here. Okay, so if your standard bell curve, can I change the color of this? Well, maybe not. But if you had a standard bell curve, right, it might look a little something like this. This is terrible drawing because I'm using a mouse. But your center distribution is going to be about here, and your sigmas, or your distribution, your 3 sigmas is going to look a little something like this. So you have, this is your 3 sigma, your 2nd sigma, your 1st sigma, your 0, and then the same thing on the other side. And this is not to scale. Holy crap, I can't draw with a mouse. But you get the idea, right? So the same thing on both sides. So what we're saying, or I think what I would agree with what he's saying, right, is that essentially, the 20,000 people or 30,000 people who voted so far happen to live right down here in this spot, right? And he's saying that the rest of the people, the other 80% of all the rest of this chart here, is going to have 120 shares apiece. That would be a low estimate in my opinion. I don't think you can say that. But the fact that he's guessing on the low side, is, I guess, in favor of a more conservative value that he's going to be talking about. So let's move on. So as you can see, the bimodal becomes some apes, the passives have a low average, and some apes, the actives, have a high average. Of course, there's some passive with a high share count and some actives with a low share count. To get the total number of shares, then we just sum up the curve. This ignores the partial shares. That sum is 1.48 billion shares just held by apes, ignoring institutions. See, still good news. Still 3 times the float. Still impossible to cover, but not so high that it's unrealistic and unbelievable to non-apes. I don't agree with this number. I think that's way too low. This is a lower floor from assuming the wide standard deviations and throwing out shareholders over 10,000 shares. Yeah, right. So based on that bell curve that if he's assuming that the large portion of people who are voting are this portion at the top end of the 3 sigma, he's saying there's some outliers out here that have like 20,000 shares or whatever a piece, and on the low end too, there would be some down here that have like 1, 2, 5, 7, 10 shares as well. I know it's hard to see with the yellow here. I apologize. I need a better drawing board. So where's he going with this? Note, this is a lower floor from assuming the wide standard deviations and throwing out shareholders over 10,000 shares. Okay. Edit, of interest to note, even if you took away the 80% of the 4.1 million shareholders with the 120 average, you'd still have 980 million shares, or nearly twice the float. Again, ignoring institutions. Regarding the 120 share average for the 80 percenters, this was stated by Adam Aaron in June after the date of record. That number was arrived at by dividing the legal number of shares by the number of shareholders, which I just stated earlier. Do I think that this was real average back then? No, of course not. I mean, you just can't take like an average number of shares divided by the total amount. I mean, we know we probably have at least 1 million overseas shareholders. So I mean, 4.1 plus 1, maybe even plus 2. It's hard to say. I would estimate that it's probably plus 1, but it says no. The company cannot give any indication of the actual share count if it's over the legit number of shares. I'm using this number as a lower limit for my analysis. So I get it. He's trying to be very conservative. Edit, revamp this section. For extreme floor, let's consider the following. Currently, there are 26,600 apes voting on the question and 31.5 million shares between them. This gives an average of 1185 shares, plus or minus 0.6%. I'm going to postulate that this represents 10% of the people that are active apes and have higher share average, so this becomes 266,000, which is 6.5% of the total shareholders, meaning 93.5% have an average of 120 shares. Using my above analysis, this means there are, at a bare minimum, 840 million shares. If we double the amount of active apes, then this gives us 1.15 billion shares. If you want to assume that only the 26,600 apes that voted have an average of 1185, and the rest of us apes have 120 average, then that gives us 564 million shares. This is absurdly low, as there are plenty of apes with high share counts that aren't voting. And just to appease the guy that wants every ape to average 1185 shares, then there's 5.32 billion shares. Okay, so his number is still a lot lower, 1.48 billion. I don't have a PhD, guys. I don't. I've been working with numbers for long enough to know that you just can't. I mean, he's taking the total amount of shareholders back in March. When was this? When did he say that they took that from? I can't remember when Adam Aaron announced it. What did he say in the edit? in June. There's more than that. We know there's more. So it throws off his calculations completely. I mean, he's only assuming on the 4.1 million. He's not counting any of the other apes whatsoever as part of the number to multiply to get to the final share count amount, which is a major flaw. He's not even estimating what that might be. He's just simply taking the 4.1. So that's probably mistake number one that I would point out. If you're gonna, I like everything else that he did in his work. What he didn't do is he didn't try to identify how many people are actually allowed to vote versus what was, that 4.1 that he's multiplying by. I didn't see that anywhere in there. So even if it's just 500,000 more, it makes a big difference. But I think there's more than that. I think there's probably at least 1 million more. At least. And if you take those numbers, earlier I was coming up with 4.933 billion. If I divide that by the 41 million, right, and I actually multiply this number by an additional million, which would be 5.1 million. Sudden, what did I do wrong? Oh, let's do this again. We'll just use his numbers. I see what I did wrong there. His numbers are 'Why am I not finding the link again? Oh, that's my link. I'm having to pull up Duncan's link again. Pulling up Duncan's link. He's using $11.85. So 11.85. That wasn't the number he's using. I don't think that he ever states what his value is, his average per shareholder is. Yeah, I don't see anywhere. That's odd that he never posted that at all. What his once he uses the bimodal distribution and then comes up with an average share count, he doesn't actually post what that average is. So I can't really come up with an alternate thesis unless I went through and started calculating all his numbers and came up with the same. I'm not doing all that. It would take far too long for me to come up with everything that he's got here, recreate it. But we'll just use the 11.85. So just as a representation of what 1 million additional shareholders would do to the number. So if we take the 11.85 average and multiply that by the 4.1 million shareholders that they counted in June, you get a 4.858 billion total outstanding shares. And if you take that same number, 11.85, and you multiply it by 5.1 million shareholders, which is just 1 million more, which is, I'm saying that there would be 1 million more European or other anybody else outside the North America you get 6.043 billion. So you know, that's a pretty big difference in shareholders, just that extra million shareholders and what they could own. So there is some flaws. Just because you're a PhD doesn't mean you can't be flawed, or that you don't, that you don't come up with right now. I'm flawed. I'm flawed. I'm not a PhD, but I'll tell you what. I've worked with a lot of PhDs who are not always 100% right on their information. So I do like the fact that he took that bimodal curve. That's some great work. I don't like the fact that he did 120 shares just because he took the total 4.1. He's unhappy with about using 4.1 million voters and just dividing that number by the average amount of shares, but yet he does it himself. He takes the 4.1 million divided by how many outstanding shares there is and comes up with an average of 120 shares. So, all right, enough on this topic. I'm going to move on here. Let's see our inflow versus outflow. We have dropped in price. Our outflow is beating the inflow, 79 to 94. So that we managed to get up to 35.24 before they worked us back down to 32.87. I think I have a new low down here, 32.25. I gotta plug that in. Okay, so the new low takes us to a drop of 21.2% from the previous high at 40.94. I'm gonna put some stuff back on the screen here. So on 7/27 we were at 40.94. Here we are 8/4. This morning we hit $32.25 back here. That gives us a percentage drop in price by 21.2% drop in price. What does that mean? We're still within that synthetic price failure margin. There may be some paper hands in here, but unless we drop to, say, like $30 and hit that SSR trigger, I don't think that we actually have a massive quantity of paper hands. So this allowing us to get up to that 35.24 and then dropping the price on us, this may be another attempt to try and create more paper hands. Let me remind you that the amount of shares that they bought today is at currently, or borrowed, I should say, 3.49 million shares. That's a lot. It's down. It was 3.7 earlier, but that's a lot of shares. And I think that's going to be reflected in the price here eventually. GME is up 1.7 for the day today. Let's see how they're kind of looking. Kind of similar to us a little bit. Maybe not. Maybe not incredibly. Robinhood is up to $65. They're having it looks like they're having a lot of volume moving through. 43 million shares traded already. It's hard to say. That's a lot of volume. A lot of volume to see the price dropping. I would expect to see a sell-off on this now. And I'll tell you why. What you're seeing is let me throw up this indicator real quick here. This one might help us. Get rid of True Demon real quick and put volume check back up. If you see the price falling, all right, and the volume increasing, that is a bearish move. Do you see it there on the general rules and volume analysis? Volume, let's see if I can circle it here. I can't get my mouse over the top of it, but it's the third one down. It says volume increasing and price falling is bearish. And so what I'm seeing here is that it looks to me like what's happening is that you're having a lot of sell-off in the volume. The volume is representative of selling off while the price is dropping. You can see the price dropping here. That's a lot of volume. A lot of volume. 44.7. You know, you look at that and you compare it to where we're at right now. We're at 14.8 in volume. Gosh, man, 40 almost. It's been a half hour and they've traded. They're over 1 million shares a minute. Yeah, over 1 million shares a minute. They're pumping volume big time. Amazon is down 0.3% for the day today, struggling. Cinmark is down 2.6% today. It looks to me like the market might be struggling. Dogecoin is slightly up about 1.5%. It's having a little bit of a run up. GME is up 1.16, and we are down 1.4%. The market as a whole, let's check that out. Yeah, Duncan, he does. He does come to 3 times the float. But I think back in March we were already over 4 times the float. Actually, in March, I believe I estimated at 4.56. The number just is ingrained in my head. It'll never go away because I was absolutely flabbergasted when I found out what I calculated what the total outstanding shares was. I was just beside myself. But 4.56. We were 4.56 times higher the amount of volume than GME, but at about a 2 billion share, a 2 billion outstanding share count. So I think we've got to be over 2 billion at this point. We're probably in the range. If I had to guess, somewhere between 3 and 5 billion, just conservatively. I know that's such a huge range. But I'm having a hard time knowing how many outside of Europe, or sorry, outside of the Northern America that shareholders there are, and I'm also having a problem figuring out how volume of impacted volume was impacted once the additional shares were injected into the market by both Wanda and AMC. So there's some factors in there that are kind of rough to get around. The market is declining. 4,013 decliners to 2,610. It looks like software and IT is hurting today. The computer sector, banking sector is kind of mixed. Not sure what this one is. It's got Amazon in it, so it's probably like I'm not sure. Oil and gas, massively down. More of the banking sector. Pharmaceuticals is kind of a mixture. Banking over here is mixed. Semiconductors is kind of more green than red, but there are some reds in here. AMAT. Wow, AMAT's down. I like AMAT. That's one of my favorite tool sets that I've ever worked on. Some people will refer to it as applied materials. I've just always known them as AMAT. It's just what I call it. We are at $32.69. Nice. Inflow versus outflow. 91 to 111. A little bit more of a price drop than I think I would have expected for this much of a variation. It's $20 million. I would have expected it to be. Let's see. I guess that is a $3 drop. Almost. Yeah, never mind. I take that back. Shares being borrowed, it is up to 3.56 now from 3.49. And let's look at the let's see what we're currently up to now on this estimated outstanding shares based on the SATEC votes. It's 9 o'clock. We'll take a tally. Okay, we're at 35. I'm just going to do the straight easy math, and I know this is going to make people cringe, but we're just going to check it over time. 35.3 million shares divided by 29,417. Oh my gosh, type Casey. So we have almost 1,200 shares. It's like just fractionally off, but we are going to multiply by 4.1 million. I know I just sat there and criticized everything that he did, and I'm doing the same, the stuff that he opposed so much. But I'm just keeping a running tally so we can see how that impacts the easy, quick estimation of outstanding shares over time. So I figure that the more votes that we have that populate, the lower we'll see this number drop. But again, you take this same number and you add a million shares to it, or not a million shares, a million shareholders, right? And you get 6.119 billion. So it's like almost it's 1.1 billion, 1.2 billion more shares outstanding. So Monday, when we find out how many total outstanding shareholders voted, that number of 4.1 is going to increase. So we'll see what the new amount of shareholders is in North America. I think that information should come out on Monday. Let's look at options. It is time. This is not options. I forgot that I switched. This is options. I'm now using Fidelity to track instead of Yahoo. I'm not satisfied with Yahoo's tracking abilities. But I do miss out on some stuff here when I track it like this. It doesn't show me, for example, OI at $90 strike prices. I'd have to modify to all to get them all. Makes for a much bigger page. That's for sure. Ooh, boy. I didn't see this earlier. Yeah, I'm going to change this. At $120 strike price, there is 30.7 thousand options. There's some lotto ticket guys out there for sure. They're probably getting $1 or so for these options to try and really make a bunch of money off of this. But we'll go back up to where it really counts. It looks like the strong point right now for the call options stems around the $35 price range. And there's currently 8.5 thousand options open. And on the put side, we are at, it's a strong close tie between 32 and 33. 32 is winning it out right now. That is up from 30. That's a good sign. It definitely means that they're expecting a bull run today. Or at least, I think that's what it looks like to me. 4,000. Not much of a spread on volume today. 35 to 32. I could see us closing. Well, my price prediction for today was 34.5 to 37.5. I really think it's going to close just slightly above that 30.5, which would be underneath that 35. Boy, at some point I think I'm going to wish I had gone 34 to 37. Oh well. It's what's done is done. How are you guys doing today? Is everybody good? Anybody have any questions? I am here to help. Besides just putting up information in front of your faces. Let's look at Fintel real quick here while I'm waiting to see what you guys have to say. Core Wealth Advisors. Let's refresh this and see where we're at. Okay, so no new 13F filings or MP filings for AMC. So we don't have any new news. I went and covered, if you weren't here the last couple days, I covered most of these already, and these sales, the red ones, they're minuscule amounts. Like, I don't even think any of them were over 1,000. But like, just looking at this one right here, locked. Oh, come on. Is my month up already? Hold on. I might have to log in off screen here. I'm pretty sure I paid for 3 months. Weird. Log me out. SEC filings. Nope, that's not what I want. Okay, let's look at that again. $90 shares. All right, so this company, Core Wealth Advisors, on around 6:30 sold 90 shares. They bought them back in March. They bought 90 shares and sold them. I mean, it's just minuscule amounts, guys. It's ridiculous. And then when you look at how much shares were purchased during the same time from all these different companies, it's just like, wow, that's insane. The amount of buys at the end of June were through the roof. So it looked like we had a level of support at 32.45 that we kind of came close to getting to, and then we're heading back up. Level of resistance at 33.34, so we'll see if we can punch through that. It looks like the wall's actually at 33.30. 4,000 shares, 4,400. I'm going to try to adjust this manually just to see if I can get it closer. I won't adjust this one for right now. Unless 32.45. Yeah, it's not up there. Okay. How hard is Citadel working right now? Their heat map is pretty close to what they normally do for business-wise. I'm going to check Twitter here in just a second. I do want to pull this over though real quick. Another contribution by Duncan using NASDAQ.com for institutional holdings. Let's see how institutional holdings look compared to here. So there's 115.7. We'll just call it 115.7. We'll refresh this and see where we're at now. We could look this up on Fintel as well, but we'll use this. Okay, so this number is not updated. It's still the same. Vanguard is number 1. 37.4 million shares. Gosh, that's so much money. If you were to figure, I'm just going to throw a random number out. This number really has no meaning whatsoever, so don't take anything to heart here. Don't shoot me. If you were to take this value and say that they sold every single share at 2,500 a share, holy Toledo. $93.6 billion. That's a lot of money. What are these companies going to do with this kind of money when they do cash out? I can't even imagine. There's going to be such a massive shift in power in the market. Gorillas getting stronger, the whales that are already whales getting stronger. There's going to be a huge tidal shift. That's one of the things I like to spend time thinking about. I like to think about, like, what are companies' future plans? Like, what are these big companies, Vanguard, BlackRock, what are they gonna try and do with this money? It might help to identify like what I do with my money. That's for sure. All right, let me look at Twitter real quick here and see what's going on in Twitter land. See if we got any good information here. So 3 hours ago, the Masked Investor posted, "I've had homeboys owe me money for longer than this. Laugh out loud. I can't wait." GMA live chat this morning. Oh man, I hate borrowing money and I hate loaning money. They're two things I just don't like doing. The Masked Investor also posted an hour ago, the midday stream today might be toasty. Yeah, I mean, even though I was super bullish on today and we started out really, really well, I still have, a good feeling about where we're moving for the day today. Just because we're down right now to 32.80 doesn't mean that we can't have a return on this later in the day today. We are at 18.5 million shares traded 45 minutes into the day. What is our volume? So our volume is slowly decreasing here. Did Robinhood? Okay, I thought it spiked up or something. It didn't. I got sidetracked. Stupid ADD. I mean, it's dying off. But it's been pretty good. I mean, it's certainly better than it has been for the last couple days. If I were to say that I was bullish on today, I would say that I'm super bullish for tomorrow. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest amount of bullishness that you can have for the stock, I think today I would have been going in at like a strong 7, close to an 8. So tomorrow will probably be a 9 or a 10. Charles Payne tweeted an hour ago, breaking news, ADP jobs report big flop, 330,000 versus consensus of 690,000. It's not perfect proxy for BLS number, but June private payroll numbers were close, 680,000 ADP to 662,000 BLS. I don't know what that means. Maybe some of you guys do. Did AMC file some new filings? I didn't get an alert. I have an alert set up for that to see when something goes through, but no, they didn't. Maybe they're filings for Citadel. 8.2. Nope. Nothing new for Citadel either. Trey posted about an hour ago. The apes are some beautiful beasts of the jungle. Look at what you awesome people are getting done. It is not possible to overstate how awesome this is. And it was in reference to a post by Antonio Martinez, where it was breaking news per Gary Gensler. He's looking the dark pools and market structure. I wonder if I could play that. So it's a 45-second thing. I'll play it here real quick here. Into the microphone.
Is positive, but also to guard against fraud manipulation. And whether that's from big actors, big hedge funds in the markets, or not. And also to promote transparency. We are taking a real close look at market structure. And I recently started, engaging on Twitter, and to some of those Twitter followers that are writing about dark pools, we are looking very closely at this market structure. That so many of our orders, retail public orders, are not going to the lit markets, but are going to internalizers, going to wholesalers who are taking the retail public's trades rather than sending them to the stock exchanges.
That's amazing, guys. That's awesome. This is the kind of change that we want to see. Can we make a difference? And I think that we can. Let's see what happens. If enough people complain and people's jobs are up up for review, perhaps maybe they start listening to the people and start actually doing the jobs they're supposed to be doing. So yeah, it does look like Robinhood is starting to fall in price some more. Again, volume increasing. And pull that back up again one more time. Volume increasing. I wish I could put my mouse over it, but right about here. Volume increasing, price falling, bearish. This price is falling and volume is increasing. It's pretty crazy. If you did happen to own some shares in this, I would be extremely careful. I would have been careful of getting in the first place. Gary Gensler's workhorse, on Twitter 23 minutes ago posted something about today feels different. Buckle up. That is Charlie's vids on YouTube. Oh my gosh. 18 minutes ago he said, yeah, I just bought Robinhood puts for $8.20. Oh, that's like what, 2 weeks from now? Ish. Yeah. 2 weeks from now he's got puts out for $35. Oof, he's risky. That's all I see on Twitter. Check Reddit real quick here. Let's see what kind of new stuff we got going on Reddit. Yeah. Hats off to Gensler for seeing the right through the loaded question, fishing for retail manipulation of securities and turning it on its head to dark pools and manipulation by big players. Lip service, maybe, but he aced that moment, in my humble opinion. This is posted by Happy Song 7795. Let's listen to. I know we just listened to Gary Gensler talking, but we didn't get to see or hear the question from the interviewer that asked the question. So let's go back here and just listen to it for a second. I'll turn up the volume here.
Of investors going on TikTok, going on Reddit, going on all sorts of other places, promoting either a cryptocurrency or promoting a stock. Where does the SEC see their role in that conversation?
I think it's the same it's been for decades. It's trying to foster good debate and dialogue, just like on this program here, about investing, and the retail engagement is positive, but also to guard against fraud and manipulation, and whether that's from big actors, big hedge funds in the markets, or not, and also to promote transparency. We are taking a real close look at market structure. And I recently started, engaging on Twitter, and to some of those Twitter followers that are writing about dark pools. We are looking very closely at this market structure that so many of our orders, retail public orders, are not going to the lit markets, but are going to internalizers, going to wholesalers who are taking the retail public's trades rather than sending them to the stock exchanges.
That's great. Man, I like hearing that. Even though I heard it once before, I like hearing it again. That's I mean, they're taking a look at it, but we need to see action. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. They need to take action. Action is needed severely. Not just reviewing it. So yeah, you have a lot of people out there that are coming out and saying this 5 billion plus share count math is obviously wrong. It is. It is obviously wrong. The only reason that I'm tracking it right now is just to see how much it's going to drop over time. So I've watched, I want to say, when I first started tracking it, it was around maybe 5.2 billion, and now it's down to 4.91. So it is dropping. However, the multiplier is going to change as well, though, because there is obviously people in overseas accounts that can't even vote on this because their institutions aren't represented. Somebody posted, let's see, who is this? This is Dr. Taylor Ski. Posted huge amounts of puts for $31. Come on, stock. Let's check that out and either verify or I do want to see what was the price he said? 32, 31. Let's check it out. 32. I wouldn't say huge amounts, but I mean, it's the biggest. 6.4. Up from 4,000 to 6.4. It does look like the highest amount of volume is still at 35 for the calls at 11.3. So that's up. I think that's more impressive than the 6.4 number. So we are circling. The sharks are circling 35. I don't know. Should I call the puts the sharks? I mean, it's really the sharks on both sides. I don't know. The blood in the water is strong between 35 and 32, so 34.5, which is actually 34.5 is exactly the lower number that I came up with for today. We'll see what ends up happening there. $32. So we have a nice run down here. Let's see if we could do a little technical analysis on how we're trending here, because I do feel like there's a bit of a pattern, ever so small. Nope. I don't think I can make this. I don't think I can draw this as a parallel channel. Not quite. Just not enough touch points on the bottom side. Look at that fall. It's kind of crazy. What's that? I wonder what the angle on that is. Negative 18% decline. You know, it's funny. There's some days where I'm not gonna lie. There's some days where when the price falls, it impacts me more than others. Today, I'm really not fazed by it. I couldn't tell you why I feel some stronger some days than others. I think it could be. I don't know. I honestly don't know why I feel more strongly than other days. But I don't feel so bad about today's price drop. I really what we're seeing right here is the opposite of what I expected. We started off the way I expected, honestly, and then this drop right here is unexpected. But it's not quite having the same impact on me as I normally would. I'm still very bullish on today's moves. Volume at 22.7 at about an hour into trading. So based on those averages, of course it's not going to hold up over time. But just based on those averages, I'm going to put in 23 million. It looks, I mean, if we were to hold this kind of volume till the end of the day today, we were averaging 138 million share volume for the day. But that's not going to happen. So what are we likely going to see? Man, there's so much volume. With the amount of volume that we're seeing right now and the price going down, I would not put past seeing is the dark pool being back up over 70% again today. I wouldn't put it past it at all. Somebody did mention that it takes T+2, so you wouldn't actually see that for like a day or two. But yeah. I don't think that holds true for the dark pools. Dark pools should be a representative of what actually occurred today. So I wouldn't be surprised to see over 70% in the dark pools. Still trying to figure out the pace. 138, 20% maybe? Yeah. Maybe 110. Oh, that's interesting because that's right at the top of my prediction for the day today. Maybe 110 million. The 20% number that I threw out there was you know, a 20% decline on the average for the day. You know, because we will see this number drop over time, but then it'll increase again at some point during the day. Maybe drop again and then increase again. Oh, Duncan, you said something. I missed it. How long ago did you say that? Woo, a while ago. Don't think it is short-term money gain. I think it's long-term market share by taking out competition. Yeah, right. Throw off your competitors and eat up their market. So it's not really the money that they're looking for; it's the position that they're looking for. Oh my goodness! You know what I just realized? I just realized that on our tally marks that I have everybody showing up as sideways except for you. Let's go back to the beginning of the day today and see what arrows we should be giving everybody. Let's see. The open today was at 34.43, which means I think I'm the only one that should be bullish. So let's see here. Let's see who should be bearish first. 34.43 was open, so Eric's bearish. John is actually everybody's bearish but me. Is that right? Yeah. Wow. I did not realize that I was the odd man out today. I mean, I knew I was, but I didn't think it was that much. So far, yeah, I'm agreeing to what you're saying, Duncan. So far, the only person not in contention for a point. Where's your other line at, Duncan? I can't find it. 30.30 should be 33.30. There it is. It's like hidden by that yellow line. The only people that are not in contention for a point at this point is John and myself. It's right in that sweet spot between us that's separating the values. And I think Eric did fill that gap there. What did he come in at? 31 to 34. Yeah, he did. Eric did fill in that gap. Son of a gun. He might walk away with another point again because he filled in the gap. Yesterday we all missed the price point for price prediction. We all guessed the same exact number, 34. I believe it was 34 to 37, and we each missed it. Just I think it was ever so barely. It was, what was it? Closing price was 33. Was it? It was 33.59. So we were off by like 40 cents. It was really close. There was a period of time in there where I thought we were all going to get a point for the day, and we'd all guess the same numbers. It would have been an absolute first. Let's check out volume. Looks like order flow distribution. Inflow is 148 versus outflow of 165, so almost a 20-point spread. 24 million in volume right now, an hour and 15 minutes into this. And I'm shaking my camera, sorry. I had my normal coffee drink in the morning, and then my wife also grabbed me a coffee on the way home. So I've had 2 coffees, and so the caffeine's starting to kick in, and I'm starting to vibrate. I can feel the buzz. Holy moly! Look at Robinhood just dropping. Look at that Robinhood just dropping now. And the volume's still high. Man, crazy. So our volume's increasing and the price is dropping, which will also give us a bearish indicator. But I don't think that the price is going to continue to fall. I do think that we're going to have a turnaround at some point here. It does look like we kind of bounced off of 32 earlier and started to pop back up, but then we hit the level of resistance at 32.45 and fell back down again. We did test that 33.30 twice earlier, it looks like. And failed off of that, and then fell back down to the $32 range. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted. I keep thinking about that post that you sent me, Duncan, and I did want to kind of run my own bell curve and say that we were the top 20% of the range and do something similar to what he had. But I think what you would need to do is a better distribution for that other 80% would be to do a bell curve around a price point or a share point that is not as low as 120. You'd probably want to do something that is the major flaw in what they did there is you have to figure out a distribution around your 3 sigma being at the value that, yeah, see, this is where the PhD gets it wrong, right? So if you're 3 sigma, you can actually figure out what your center is supposed to be for that other 80% of the population. If you know that your 3 sigma is going to be for the top distribution that we're in right now, then you can actually figure out what that other 80% and what your central point is supposed to be based off the idea that our 3 sigma is running at 20%, and that's what the population is that's voting currently. And it's not even 20%. It's we're a much lower number than that. But we could base it off of that. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I've already gotten this far into just talking about it. I might as well just do it myself. Let's figure it out. This may take me a hot minute, but if you guys give me a minute, I can kind of crunch these numbers a little and kind of come up with probably a little bit better of a bell curve around the distribution of votes that we currently have, and if we consider that the top portion of our third deviation on the high side, then we could kind of come up with like an average shareholder count. So let me just crunch some numbers here real quick. I have to reverse math. So if you guys give me just a few minutes here, I'm going to be silent for just a little bit here. Bear with me while I crunch these numbers, and I'll post this up for you guys to see. And if I talk out loud and I say random things, that's just because I'm thinking out loud. I do that sometimes. So I have to pull up the data currently and see where we're at. Just kind of basis. So I'll put down the date and time just so we know what we're working off of. 8/4, and the numbers are based off of 9:45. We'll just call it 9:45 Central Standard Time. Okay, and those numbers are, see more, schedule. And I'll go ahead and update this just so you guys can see, because you know, we'll probably want to see what it's at now. It is currently 35.8 million. With 29,821. So, oh wow, 1,200 right on the dot. Okay. Now, the number that I'm going to take, the one number that I think is a very unfair number in this, is going to be the same number that he used, which was 4.1 million shareholders. There's nothing else I can grab. I can't grab anything else to define how many shareholders we've increased since June. I can't define how many are in Europe. I can't define other non voting shareholders. So you'll have to forgive me. I'm just working with what I've got. But that's what I'm going to base it off of. So 1,200.49. I'm going to round from there and just call it that. And that is based off of 29,821 voters. And of course, we're going to multiply this here real quick by 4.1 million to give us a correction on this. It's slightly gone up since last I checked it from 4.919 to 4.922. Okay, so now back over here to my Excel. And let's reverse engineer this. We're going to assume a proper distribution around 29,821 based off of 4.1 million shareholders. Okay. So, yeah, I'll tell you in a second here. Let's see. It's been a while since I've done this, I have to say. So half. Okay, so this is actually, I think, going to be worthy of posting on Reddit maybe somewhere. So this is basically you guys watching me or watching the stock as I try to come up with a better standardized bell curve based on the amount of voters we have compared to the total amount of counted shareholders in June. Okay, so just talking aloud, just so you guys know, in a standard bell curve, if you have this is, I guess, a picture I can just post up here. In a standard bell curve, this is what you want your distribution to look like. 34% of your population on either side, a total of 34% of your total population, or 68% of your total population, is the main center portion. And that would be your first deviation. Your second standard deviation would be 95% of your population, and your third deviation is going to be 99.7% of your population, which is where we're at right now. We're suggesting that the amount of voters that we have right now are this population out here on the sides. So what I'm going to do is I'm taking the average of 4.1, or the mean, or the halfway point of 4.1 million voters, which is 2.05 million, which is going to be the center mark right here. And then from there, you can figure out, based on these percentages, what your population size should be for this 2.35% out here. Which actually comes out to 48,175. So we're almost there. What did I say before? I actually wrote it down on my Excel sheet. My Excel sheet is at 29, so we're at 30,000. We're close. We're close to it. If we're going to assume that that entire population is that largest amount, and it's not really a fair assumption to make, but it's an assumption. We're getting close. We're about 18,000 away, and if we want to assume that that's that would be saying basically at the worst case scenario, this bell curve that I'm going to create that shows us what our standard average price per average amount of shares that each shareholder holds is going to be some value that's in the middle. This would be a worst case scenario because we're assuming that everybody who's voted is in the top percentage of the segment, which is an unfair. It's a very biased statement. You don't know. You have no idea. There could be somebody in there that voted and had 10 shares. We're saying in a very worst case scenario, this is the best that it's going to be. So let's continue to figure it out from there. And if anybody's figuring this out with me or doing this as well on the side, you may come up with a number much faster than I do. That's fine. Good job. I don't math very well, especially when I haven't used it in a while. Let's see here. So we're going to assume that our population status is majority of that. Trying to decide how I want to post this up here. I could probably just take that screenshot and use that to apply it, because it's actually pretty generic. I feel like I should be using something other than Excel. Like I should use Excel for my, maybe I should use like a PowerPoint, because it would be a lot easier for me to. I'm going to open up PowerPoint as well. Excuse the PowerPoint. And I'm actually going to title this the same thing, estimated outstanding shares per shareholder. Worst case scenario. That's pretty decent looking. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and assume the biggest assumption of them all, that the minimum amount of shareholders that we have is 4.1 million. Such a bad. We know it's more than that, but that's what we have to make our assumption based off of. Okay, so the price is rising back up nicely. I like what I'm seeing there. Oh man, I hope I didn't blast you guys out there. Okay, good. Oh, come on. Boy, I tell you what, I feel like PowerPoint has changed over the years, and it's not exactly the same as I recall it. There's some kind of cool features to it though. It helps you to align stuff now. That's really kind of cool. I haven't seen that before. It's been a while since I've worked with it, honestly. That's kind of neat though, that it does help you to line things up now. Okay, so our total distribution, you know, at the 3 sigma level, or the amount of people that you should see at the upper level, should be 48,175 based on that 4.1 million shareholders. So your total, this is where the hard math starts coming in here. It's actually not that hard. So I need to figure out 68% of 4.1 million is 2.788. Is that correct? That's not correct. Oh, it is 2.788 million. The 95 percentile will be 27%. $1.107 million. One of the things that when working with engineers throughout my life, especially ones who have PhDs, you don't. The last thing you want to do is offend them. You know, they worked hard for their PhD. I didn't. And so you don't ever really want to step over them and tell them that they're wrong. It's just not right. But you can, you know, it's better when you come across as like, here's a different way to look at it. What do you think of this? Kind of thing. That's one thing that I've learned over time when dealing with PhDs. You know, I think a very similar thing from nurses. They would probably say like, they don't ever tell a doctor's wrong, but they'll make suggestions to the doctor. What do you think about this? Oops, sorry guys. So 4.7. $192. So if I divide that number by half just to check my work, that is not accurate. Okay, wait. Where did I do my math wrong? That looks right. 3.895. That's correct. I have my two. I did my math wrong somewhere here. Oh. 2, 4. I think I found a flaw on the paperwork. The graph that I showed you earlier. So this is interesting. So having taken some math classes, I guess you want to say, over time, this is kind of like what I'm putting up so far. I'll get rid of some of these tally marks and everything that's in the way. So what I was trying to figure out, like, why was I coming up with different numbers? 99.7%, I believe, sounds like the right, if I recall correctly. It's been many, many years since I had the math class that did this. But 99.7% of your distribution should be the 3 sigma. So there's going to be outliers outside of that. These when you add up 2.35 on either end of this, you get 4.7, 4.8, which is more than this value here. So I was like trying to do the math, and I was going like, wait, why isn't this adding up correctly? Anyways, yeah, that, you know, somebody's probably going to point that out when I go to post this. So I'll have to probably talk about it just so somebody doesn't have a fit. But 99.7% of 4.1 million is 123,000. So my number was wrong. The 192 is not accurate. If I, is that right? Well, I mean, that is 0.03%. That's not. Oh, 0.3%. Should be point. Should be 123,000. So I'm going to change my number. So it looks like yeah, it looks like 123,000 should be the 3 sigma. So you divide that number by 2 and it's actually 61.5. So I was giving you guys a bad number earlier. It is 61.5 thousand shares that we would need to hit in order for me to feel comfortable that we would be filling up that entire 3 sigma of votes on the, if we're going to call all people on the high end of this distribution on as a worst case scenario. And not even covering the total amount of voters. So this is like the most absolute worst case scenario. We would need to get about 61,500 votes on there, which is we're about halfway there right now. So I will put a box over here. And just kind of put that number in there, 61.5. So since we don't have a complete representation of the top end of the 3 sigma, we do have to consider the fact that we're missing some portion of that. So we'll just kind of say that that we're completing the whole amount since our averaging is getting close to, it's been about the same amount at 1,200 shares per shareholder. So we'll figure out what the rest of our distribution is, which would be 99.085. So, okay, give me some time here, guys. It looks like I got a break coming up here. I'm going to probably work on this on break as well. Volume it does seem to have kind of dropped off here. Let me see where we're at here in volume. No, volume's still moving pretty good. So we just don't have a whole lot of movement in the price. Kind of stalled out at 31.45. Is that a new low? Let's see. Yep. 31.45. Okay, that gives us a 23.2% drop. So I would say at this point that we have had some paper hands. There has been some selling that has been going on. Right now at this point, I would say that it's, maybe they picked up a percent or two. And I'm going to continue to work on this, I think, in the background, just because I think this is kind of a worthy sharing point of knowledge for the community. And yeah, so many people here now, 7 people. I say so many. That's good for me. So essentially right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to work on the estimated outstanding shares per shareholder. Based off that article that Duncan had posted in here earlier from the PhD, I have a different perspective on how we could look at this. I don't think that he did a fair representation of 100 when he stated that there was 120 shares for the rest of his distribution. That was strictly based off of a divided number based on the total amount of shareholders that we had back in June. There's a better way to do that I think that there's out there. So I'm going to give my representation of that just to kind of like throw it up here real quickly for you. You can see essentially what you have is this bell curve. There's your 4.1 million shareholders back in June. But he just took an average. He said that there was a total amount of shares divided by the 4.1 million. It was 120 shares a person. So he took that average and applied it to the rest of this distribution over here. This whole from this green part all the way down, and assumed that the part that we have that's showing up is just this portion here. Well, you can't really do that because we first off, that some of these are in here, probably people who are in these ranges. Maybe not all the way down here. There might be. We don't know. But we're going to assume worst case scenario that they are all up here as well. But your distributions, 2.788 million of them should be in this range. 1.107 million of them will be in this green range, and 123,000 shareholders will be divided between these 3 sigma, this third deviation here. So you want this, so basically 61.5 thousand shareholders. That will be a representation of the third deviation. That would be enough, and we're about halfway there in shareholders that have voted so far. So the next portion of this that I'm going to fill out is going to be the breakdown on how many shares remain. So basically what you can do is you can figure out I'm going to have to think about how I'm going to come up with a number for this. Because you can't just divide the 4.1 million by the total amount of shares. There is a better way to do this, to break it down. And it's basically you just take percentages. If you know that your biggest distribution is going to be in here, and we know what this distribution is. It's 1,200 shares for this distribution right here. It gives you kind of gives you an idea of what the rest of this will break down to. So that's where I'm going to go with it. 1,200 shares is this population right here. If this population is 1,200 shares, then what does it make the rest of these populations? And I'll come up with those numbers, and hopefully, while I'm on break, I'll come back and I'll be able to post those numbers for you guys here. I'll have a breakdown out, and we can post this up on Reddit and kind of give like a better representation. Of course, mine's not going to be accurate. The fail points on this is that we know that there's more than 4.1 million shareholders. First of all, number 2, the 30,000 people who have currently voted shares are probably in this distribution in here. We don't know what parts, and we're making the worst case assumption, assuming that they're all part of the highest part. It's not a very fair thing to assume. So it puts that portion of it puts the prediction as a worst case scenario, because you're saying that all these people are way up in here. So we'll do that though. We'll do that, and we'll say this is the worst case scenario, and this is how many billions of shares times the amount of shareholders that we know of and then say this is the worst case scenario. I'm pretty certain that based on his post of I think it was almost 2 billion outstanding shares, I'm pretty sure we'll be well over that. So I will come back from break. I'm going to take it a little bit earlier today. I do appreciate everybody showing up today. That's awesome that you guys are here. I had a really bullish outlook for today. I still have a bullish outlook. I do believe this can turn around. We do have good volume, which is why I said pump up the volume today. We needed to see a volume pump up, and that's what we're seeing. That's good, but I think what's happening right now, and we'll see tomorrow when we get our values, but I think we're going to see a heavy amount of dark pool trades. I would not be surprised to see if we're back in the 70 percentile again, easily into the 70 percentile for the dark pools. That would explain why we're having a down day with increased volume. Let's look at what the flows are. The order flow, 211 to 232, so it's 21 now. It's kind of increasing the distance between inflow and outflow. 34 million shares traded at almost 2 hours into the trading day. Let's see what kind of pace that puts us on here. Let's see, we got 34. $102 million now. 102 million total volume for the day pace. Again, that's going to decrease. It's going to keep decreasing. My prediction for today was 90 to 110. Earlier when I checked it, I believe it was just slightly over 110 million. So it is falling. And you can see that down here in the volume. You can see it slowly decreasing over time. But it will get to a point, and then start to increase again towards the end of the day. That's typically what we see on this stock over time. Let's cover Ortex real quick before I go. We are currently at 3.28 million shares borrowed. I will pull this up for you guys to see. What do I got up here on the screen? Okay, just my face. We are currently at 3.28 million shares borrowed. That is down from 3.56 earlier. The short share interest or the free float is at 15.59%. I think that's a little bit down from where it might have been earlier. I don't really remember off the top of my head where we were at. This is definitely an up day. This is I expect, especially with this amount of shares borrowed, I expected to see the price increase quite a bit. Last time we saw a 3 million day like this, we did have a pretty big day. So this is certainly higher than the amount yesterday that was borrowed. There is about the same amount of shares as yesterday available to loan, which is why our utilization changed barely day over day. And what else is there to show you guys? I guess we'll look at options one more time real quick here before I go. And looking at options, highest amount of volume right now looks like it's lining up for the call side at $35 with 32.1 thousand options. On the put side, it's at 32 with 9.9. We'll just call it 10,000. So a 3-to-1 call versus put ratio currently. I am scrolling down to see what this. So we have 2,000 additional options opened up at $120 strike price today. That's amazing. I love these people. I love those guys that are just going for the long shots. That's awesome. YOLO. YOLO, baby. Throw that dollar out, those $1 lottery tickets out there. Crazy though, because it adds up over time. I'm assuming that's how much those are costing. Let's see. I'll get the price on them right now, just for shits and giggles. Select option, and this is going to be for the 6th at $120. Oh, they're like 1 cent. 1 cent. Yeah, they're $1. It's $1 to buy. It's exactly what it is. It's a $1 lottery ticket. $1 lottery ticket for 120 strike price. But you know, there's been 32,000 of those purchased. No, I'm sorry, 30,000 of those purchased. Almost 31,000. So that $30,000 has been dropped into the lottery for AMC. That's a lot of money. I could buy a pretty nice car for $30,000. All right, guys. Heading off to break here. I'll be back at. I might be back a little bit later. It just depends. I do have to eat some food and drink a little bit of water. And then I'll work on the project a little bit more. So I'll be back. I'm going to put down 11:20. So give myself a little extra 10 minutes to work off the side. So I will be back. I'm going to put down 11:20 Central Standard Time. And I will see you filthy apes later. Okay, I am back. Oh man, I've actually not stepped away and had anything to eat yet. I was crunching numbers the whole time. It's that ADD personality in me. I just can't. It's one of those things that I just can't step away from a project, and it's just really difficult for me to step away from a project. You know, whenever I take an interview with a company, and they always ask me like, "What's your define one of your personality traits, or what do you see as a flaw in yourself?" One of the one of the things that I always throw out there is I find it very difficult to walk away from a project when the day's over. Routinely in the job that I've done, we work 12-hour shifts, and which is a long time. And if you spend extra time sitting there working on a project that you're trying to get done, sometimes you just gotta know when to just let go and walk away and realize that the people that are coming in to cover after you are going to pick up where you left off. And you can't always trust in other people, and so sometimes I have that personality that wants to just take it, drive it, and continue on with it until it comes to a complete piece of work. And it's just like it is definitely by far one of the worst traits that I have, just because I can't let go of things. Um, okay, let's look at what you guys said here while I was gone. What to take away from this? Fire sale from Cap ATX. SSR triggered. Did it trigger? It sure did. SSR is triggered. Do remember that based on what we've learned, this is when they can start creating legal naked shorts, based on the information that was posted by Charlie Vids. Whenever we move into one of these periods where the SSR is tripped, it does provide a period of time for them to be able to create legal naked shorts. Can only short on uptick, should limit their ability to drive it down. They can use short exempts or just don't give. They have done both before. Yeah, like what the fuck? And the last red rundown does look suspect to me. I have not been following it at all since I started the project that I was working on earlier, but it does look like it does have a bit of a signature of a short ladder attack, especially towards the end right here. This definitely looks suspect right here to me. Let me write in this price, $29.92. I do track new lows. That is a 26.9% drop from 40.94 that we had on the 27th. That is some paper hands. So we do have paper hands showing up to the table to fold, and it's okay. We know that's going to happen. Last run down is after SSR triggered. The lower point in my guess for today was based on them not waiting to trigger SSR and not being able to keep up downward pressure if they did trigger it. So let me show you what I've got so far, and it's not going to look like it's gotten much further than where I was at before, but I'm getting really close to finishing the estimated outstanding shares per shareholder bell curve. And I'll just show you where I'm at right now. This is the project that I'm working on, basically to kind of counter some of the data that's been put out so far. Okay, so this is your standard bell curve, right? And the reason that you don't have a total 100% here, because a normal bell curve it only encompasses 99.7% of the curve. So everything outside of 99.7% is considered an outlier. So that's why you won't see anything from 0 to 2 shares as a realization, or anything higher than 1200. 1200 is the average that I used starting at the time frame from when I recorded. So it's 1200. We're assuming that there's 1200 shares per person at the highest end of this bell curve. So that puts, in your second standard deviation, anybody who owns shares between 804 and 1199 would be in there. Of course, you do have to realize that this is not encompassing everybody. So this is the best we can do based off of what we know. Okay, so if you take 123,000 of 99.7, so this is based off of 4.1 million shareholders. If you take, let me make sure you guys can see all this. Yeah, okay. 68% of that's going to be this group in here. 95% of it's going to be these outer side groups down here in the green, and 99.7% is going to be these guys on the ends. This is rough data, guys. It's not 100% science because there's a lot of unknowns that we have here. We're making a couple of assumptions that there's only 4.1 million shareholders, which is a huge assumption. We know there's plenty more than that. We can update this number come Monday when they probably give us a new value. And also we're assuming that there's 1,200 on average shares for the top tier group of people who are in this stock, and that's just based off of the data that we're getting from the Say Technologies reporting that's happening. And this is data that I took at what time did I take this data at? 9:45 Central Standard Time. So basically, an hour, almost 2 hours ago. So now what you do is you apply this to that link that Duncan sent out earlier today. Right? You take this distribution right here, and then you apply it to that curve that he had. But you know that your average shareholder should be holding somewhere close to, around 600. It's like 598 and 599, so it's close to 600 shares per person. So the 120 that he had was way too low. It needs to be more closer to that 600 range. That's where you're going to center everything off of, and that's how you get your distribution to look the way that it does right here. So that's if that's the number, if you want to take an average distribution and just divide it in half and call it 600 shares. This is a rough number, right? This is just it's not scientific. It's just dividing that number in half to give you your almost half. It's a little bit less than half because it's not a full night. It's 99.7%. So you end up coming up with like 598 point something. So yeah, that you take those average amount of shares of we'll just say 598, and you multiply that by the 4.1 million shareholders that we think we have, and you get 2.451 billion outstanding shares, which is considerably higher. Let me go back up to Duncan's link. It's considerably higher. It's like a billion more, I think, than what he had estimated. Right, so he had estimated 1.48 billion, and it's I'm coming up with a number that's at least a billion higher than that. These are low values, right? Because all you have to do is you just take that 598 and you multiply it by, let's say we have an additional million shareholders since June, plus, I don't know, let's just say 500,000 in Europe. So you take this 598, you multiply it by 5.6 million shareholders. Oops. And then you get 3.3 billion shares. So I mean, this exponentially goes up higher and higher the more shareholders that you add to this. It also, these numbers change whenever we start seeing an average. When we start making these assumptions that the top tier, or the 3 sigma of people is the top tier, we start getting different numbers as well when you start messing with those averages. Right, like I can do right now. I can log into my app and we can look it up. It is currently at 36.9 million shares. So earlier it was 1,200 average shares per person. Right now it is currently at 30,857. So it's dropped by 5 shares on average per person since I less than 2 hours ago since I last calculated it. So it's fluctuating. But I would say that if you look at this, you can kind of look at this and say like, okay, well, where do I stand on this chart? How many shares do you hold, and do you feel like you're representative of that portion of the population? Do you feel like that's where you stand on possibly the ownership of the company? See if it makes sense to you. I quite personally feel like I'm over this value, right here at the top. And I don't even think that I'm at the top tier. I think I've seen plenty of people who stated and actually provided proof who are higher than I am. You could take any YouTuber besides myself, and that would be the case. So there's plenty of people out there who have way more than 1,200 shares on average. So to assume that this 1,200 value that we're all assuming is the top tier amount to try and make this the worst case scenario. So when I come back to you and I tell you that there's at least 2.4 billion shares out there outstanding, that's the bare minimum. I don't think there could be anything less than 2.4. More than likely, it's much higher than that, but I can't tell you how much. It's just at a very bare minimum. This guy's posting 1.4. I'm saying it's at least 2.4. So I do feel like there is an argument to be made that his value for his bell curve that he created at 120 shares on average for the other 80% is off. Yeah, it's just not right. So, anyways, I'll probably be posting that later onto Reddit, and we'll see where it goes. I'll probably get lots of hate mail. All right, let's look at some of our other indices and see what's happening here. I'll work on that some more later tonight and submit that onto Reddit. I'll let you guys know tomorrow. So SSR does show as being triggered. 350,000 available shares for borrowing. Looks like it went up to 400 and then back down to 350 at some point, right around 10. ETFs, looks like there's been ETFs returned. So let's look at that. Let's see how that's looking on Ortex. Yeah, Ortex does show that there's been shares returned. So originally, earlier this morning, they had 3.28 million shares borrowed, and it's now at 1.75 right here. Short share interest is at 15.35. That's a little bit down. Let's see where we're heading here. I want to look at inflows 343 to 381, so that's actually, it's almost doubled now on inflow versus outflow. So there's definitely some paper hands going on. If I pull up Fidelity right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we're maybe at a 55, maybe 45 ratio on buys versus sells, but let's just look at it and see. I'm probably going to have to re-log in here. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, so we've slipped down one spot on the list on Fidelity, but it's not nearly as bad as I would have thought on buys versus sells. It's actually showing 71% buys over 29% sells. And this is where I'm going with this. I really feel like dark pools is going to be back up in the 70 percentile range again. I feel like they're suppressing a lot of the buy orders that are happening right now. I think they found a new strategy to combating buy orders by placing them into the dark pools and limiting the amount of pressure that has on the price, the overall price. I forget what the term's called again. the lit exchange. It's kind of a new term that I haven't been using that I'm trying to start using now. Okay, let's look at, I'm checking to see if we have any new 13Fs that have been filed. Nope, nothing new on AMC. So we'll go ahead and move into options. This is not options. Sorry. There we go. Let's see if it's gonna make me log back in again. Okay, it didn't. Okay, we got 38.1 at the $35 strike price. At the $30 strike price, we have 25.7. So that actually got lowered from 32 to 30. Hence the price dropping below $30. I was kind of surprised that we didn't see 30. It was starting to be a run on 32, I believe it was earlier. And then, you know, it looks like it switched back over to 30. So it looks like, to me, what I'm seeing is it looks like they found the ability to short the stock some more. And they didn't get a whole lot of resistance in shorting it. So they returned shares. And then they also started buying options at that lower price, you know, as they realized they could get the price down further. There's going to be paper hands, guys. There's always going to be paper hands. Do not let that. My advice would be for myself is I try not to let that bother me. I know it's going to happen. I can't control that. Those aren't factors I control. But when I know that there's you know, at least 2.4 billion shares out there that they have to cover at some point. You know, it helps me to know that when we're only losing like 2 or 3% of the population to price fluctuations, it doesn't hurt so bad inside. I don't cry. You know, and it's gonna be their loss. You know, that's the worst part. I feel for some of these people because this is a really tough fight to fight, um, and not everybody's built for this kind of fight. I've read some really touching stories out there of people who have bought into this with what sounds like money that they can't really afford to lose, and I feel bad for those people because you know, it is unfortunate. They were probably waiting for something to happen quicker than it's happening, and it's sad. Hopefully, they can stick it out though. But this is definitely a fire sale. If you want to pick up some shares, now would be the time. 20.92 was the low. 29.81. 29.81. That's a 27.2% drop. We haven't seen a drop like that since the middle of July, and there was a 37.5% drop when it went from 49.79 on 7/8 to 7/15 of 31.1. That, since I've been tracking, has been one of the biggest drops that we've had so far. Not this one, but the one that was back in mid-July. And quite honestly, it was probably one of the drops that probably allowed us to be in the position that we're in now, where it seems like we're struggling to try and maintain or get back into those 40s and 50 price ranges. You know, when they are able to cover some of their position with people selling back shares, it gives them more energy, more ability to move the price of the stock to where they need it to get to. I'm deleting a bunch of pages here. So I'm going to check Twitter and see what's being said there. I can't share what I saw first. It's pretty bad. Somebody's drawing phallic pictures out of the dips. Charlie from Charlie Vids is posting about restricted firm obligation SR FINRA 2020-04. He posted 3 key points. 1, creates new identification process to determine firms who impose significant risk to retail. 2, firms who pass criteria then are consulted and provided opportunity to fight it. And then 3, imposes deposit requirement. I'm not sure what this is. He also posted earlier than expected buckle up in regards to something that he had posted earlier. It says TikTok. It says the London upgrade goes live and 1 hour ago he posted 21 minutes. Trying to see what this is. ETH2 researchers are working on ways to accelerate the merge. I'm not sure what merge that is. I don't even know if that has to do with AMC. And Eric's actually here at my house right now. I should probably stop for a few minutes and just say hi to him real quick here. I'm going to step away for just a second, guys. I just realized that in the background of my house here, in the video, my toilet paper and paper towels that I bought are sitting in the background. It's kind of funny. There's people talking about another run on toilet paper and paper towels shortages again due to a possible lockdown here. So we're just kind of hovering right now. Volume kind of dropped off. We're at 58 million at about halfway through the day today. So I think we'll probably hit above 90. It's going to be hit or miss on 90, but that is what I predicted. With volume dropping right now, it could not hit there. How's it going? Good to see you. Morning. Almost afternoon now. Crazy Pepe 214. I like the name. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Where are we gonna go with this? Still checking Twitter earlier before I stopped to say hi to Eric. So there's a little bit of fighting going on between Charlie and True Demon. So I had linked True Demon's post to Charlie because Charlie was all kind of bent out of shape about this whole voting, which, I have to be honest, I was really skeptical at first as well. The only reason I probably did it was just because of the fact that Fidelity offered a link or no third-party access. You can go straight through their website to get to it through the app. So that's why I ended up doing it and participating. But it looks like Charlie's, he's real kind of skittish about the whole thing, and True Demon's kind of telling him, no, man, check it out. How to link Webull to Mint Personal Capital, Clarity Money, and other finance trackers. It looks like he might be suggesting that they're trying to use this voting thing to be able to get our shares lent. So currently, as it stands, it looks like only John and Duncan are in the running for a point. If the price moves back up above 31, Eric will be in the running again for a point for today for the tallies. But I'm struggling way up there at 34.50. Optimistic. There was optimism in me today. Let's see. Ortex is currently showing 15.35% short share interest on the free float, and 1.73 million shares borrowed for the day, which is down. It had been at 3 million at one point. And again, I'll just post this up here real quickly. This is the distribution that I have. So one of the key struggles is that the 1200 number that I'm using is from earlier today, but it encompasses the entire portion of 2.35. That's what we're assuming. So because it encompasses that entire portion, you have to kind of figure out what the spread is using this 2.35% to figure out plus or minus what that would equate to. So this number of 1199 is actually a little high. It needs to be adjusted down a little bit due to the fact that 1200 is everything in here. So it would actually be, probably 1175 maybe for somewhere thereabouts for right here. So I do need to redo some of these calculations ever so slightly. But that's just kind of a guesstimate. These are kind of guesstimates as of right now and trying to break it down into these percentages. But I'll be able to work out a better distribution and see where kind of our center point runs. I'm sure it's not going to be 598 exactly. But if you did take the I guess if you assume that whatever number we end up getting for total shares on average from that website, that Say Technologies, and you took that shareholder average per shareholder and just divide it in half, it almost basically kind of gives you like your centralized distribution of everybody, and then use those percentages to try and figure out what each standard deviation is. Let's see what we got going on Reddit here. A lot of people talking about, the price. Why is it so low? That happens all the time. Here's a never been so sure. It's a meme. Oh, okay, I see what they're doing. Okay. It took me a second. I had to kind of squint in real closely. Once I blow this up, and you'll see why. It was actually really simple to see once I had squinted and saw it, but if I blow it up, you'll see instantly. So this is posted by Cyrilix. It is a 1-year account, so that's actually a decent amount of time. So it's probably a legit account. But do you see what this is? And you're probably looking at it going like, I can't tell what the hell that is, and I couldn't either. I had to squint in on this. This is actually Volkswagen's squeeze back in 2008. And the interesting point that he's trying to make here is he's zoomed in on this portion right here, this beginning portion, and if you'll notice, it looks awfully familiar, this beginning part right here, to what we're seeing currently. So what happens after that? Look at what happens. That is so important to identify. There's a huge price increase up to about $400, and look how much it drops. 50% before it spikes. 50%. Remember how I told you guys? We're gonna see 40s, 60%ers. There might even be a 70% drop in price before we hit the maximum amount. Yeah, so be ready for those kind of drops, because you sell, if it gets up to if our stock gets up to $400 and it drops to say 200, are you going to sell? Because if you sell, the very next thing that happens is it pops up to almost $1,000 a share. And I'm expecting ours to do way bigger numbers than that. So, there's this pattern is familiar. Why do these patterns repeat? I know, like yesterday, somebody came in and they asked, like, why is this? Why are these patterns repeating, or why are they so? I can't remember the term that was used, but it's because all this trading is done algorithmically by computers, and so the reason that it's so predictable is because those algorithms stand the test of time. And so they might make slight adjustments here and there on those algorithms based on certain criteria, things that are happening in the market or whatnot. But for the most part, like in general, like um, those algorithms stay for the most part the same. And so one of the things that I kind of was asking myself not too long ago, I was going like, why is it that when we see these patterns, like this George W, why does this George W mean that the price is going to go up? Why do we think that? And it's just because these patterns, these indicators, the algorithms that do the trading and everything cause these indicators to show up over time, and every time a majority of the time when they show up, they indicate something's going to happen, and that's why it's so easy to kind of like once you start learning some of the patterns and whatnot, you can kind of tell what's going to happen to the price. The more technical analysis that you do. It's gonna stay under 10% today, betcha. Well, we're only at 8%. Oh, stay under 10%, meaning it's not gonna drop. It's not gonna drop beyond 10%, is what you mean. Let me see here. What would 10% be? We opened at 34.43. $30.98. Well, it did drop. It did drop under that at one point. But you're saying for the rest of the day it will stay under $30.98. Wait a minute, I'm confused. What do you mean by 10%? Because we're already below. Well, I guess we're not below 10%. It says 8%. What am I doing wrong here? 10% of the open? Oh, from previous day's close. That's got to be what you're talking about. Yesterday's close price was 30.78. No, 33.59. So $30.23, I think, is what you're trying to say. It won't go below. Let's look at that for a second. $30.23. Where is that at on here? Just below the red line for Duncan. Let me look at the options real quick here. Yeah. I think that there's a chance it could dip below 30.23. Volume is at 61. What's our volume been running at? 2s, 4s, 3s. Bunch of 1s in here. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I think you're probably right. Although it does certainly look like it wants to try. I do think that there's going to be. I'd be more bear or bullish for the rest of the day today. Let's see. What did our total price got us down 27.2%. Yeah. Yeah. they might be happy with you know, like a 5% loss of or 5% paper hands selling. I could see that. It depends on how hard it is for them to continue to push the price down. If they find a lot of resistance, you know, kind of back down here, this I guess Duncan's lower level of 30.30, then they probably won't continue to drive the price further. And you did say 10%, which would be 30.23, which would be lower than that line. So they might go back down and retest around that value and see if they can get it to continue to fall. But we do, let's see if we have any buy support walls. We don't really have any buy support walls right now. Robinhood started to make a comeback. So they did fall in price, and now they're shooting back up again. They're at 115 million shares traded for the day today, which is pretty high. Let's see. Amazon is down 0.17%, so just ever so slightly. Cinemark is down 3.62%. Doge is up 3%. Nice little kick up there. GME is down 2.5%, 2.62%. Boy, it looks really close to the same. A little bit different. They're definitely in a channel. Yeah, ours is just kind of all over the place. Yeah, I don't know if I take that bet. I don't. I see what you're saying. I think you might be right. I don't want to make that bet. I don't like losing money. But I would say that you know you have a good point that they probably will not try to continue to short this down, especially with SSR tripped right now. I'm just reading through some of the Reddit posts, just seeing what's out there. Oh, it looks like Trey posted a video where Robinhood asked them to join their side. Looks like this was posted by Skank. I can't say that on live. I'll post it up here for you to read. I'm not saying that name though. Oh boy. I don't want to see any more. Trey is a shill post after his video today. For those of you who are unaware, today Trey uploaded a video where he showed us Robinhood, contacted him by email and basically asked him to join their side, adding a disclaimer at the end of the email saying not to share the email with anyone else. Trey proceeded to post the email on his channel and show email disclaimers are not legally binding. Now, stop for a second and look at this from his point of view. Trey was contacted by multiple billion-dollar company interested in possibly working with him, and instead of obeying and listening to them, he directly went against them and provided full transparency to his audience and sided with the retail investors over the multiple billion-dollar companies. Trey is the GOAT, and I can't wait for us to experience the MOAS together because at this point we've all earned it. Interesting. If I ever get something like that, I will certainly let you guys know as well. I have actually been contacted before by what I think was possibly a shill account. Uh, SKMC69. Yeah, that's kind of like what I'm doing all day long, right? Actually, I haven't done a whole lot of technical analysis on what's been happening today. Normally, I would have drawn like a descending parallel channel on something like this right here. But to be honest with you, I mean, this is probably would have been one of the best ones to have drawn for the day today, which I didn't draw out. When we did break out of it, kind of around that $30.62. But to be honest with you, and especially after George W. like that, of how could you not have a breakout? I haven't. There's some weird trading going on today. I'm not really quite sure what to make of it. I want to draw, technical analysis to try and show what I think is going to happen or how it's going to happen. But there's just some really weird stuff happening. I mean, we might this is looking like we're going to fall back down into this range. I mean, that prediction that you made of $30.23 is getting close. We're at 30.32. We're nearing that 10%. We are testing 30.32. Maybe it'll bounce off of it. And I don't always get this stuff right either. I think quite frequently I probably get it wrong. It is fun to try and guesstimate where this is headed, though. Man, I'll tell you what. I'm really surprised. This volume is just so high on some of these. We got a million shares right here. Almost a million shares right there. There's some big candlesticks of volume in here, and yet the price is just not doing what I would expect it to do. We could have stop losses that are set up around $30 where people are getting caught with those. I did identify that I think that we're in a stage or a period of time where there are actual paper hands that are folding some of their shares right now. At a 27% loss since our last previous high of 40.94, it would be difficult to deny the fact that there's people selling shares. Yeah, we're on an 8-day. We're on an 8-day. Not 8 trading days, but just 8-day total drop in price. Again, what I like to call synthetic price failure. Although some of this is not synthetic, right? There's actual shares being sold here. I listened to a really good on Twitter. I guess they've got this new platform now to where you can. It's almost like a Discord where you can have like people all talking in a group and everything. But that Stephanie, I can't think of her last name. I never can. Stephanie, here it is. Cameraman. She trades in the dark pools. But there was somebody that I have on Twitter hosted something where she was on there doing an interview, a live interview, and she's really interesting to listen to. I like some of the things she has to say. But there was one part in the interview where it did sound like she was basically saying like, institutional investors, typically, she's been doing it for like 27 years trading, right? And she's never seen a group of apes come through like we have and try to upset the market the way that we're trying to do it. And so it did almost sound like she was, on the verge of saying like, this isn't going to work out. And somebody came on there and she's like, no, 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 that's not what I'm saying. And so she's clarifying that she was just saying that, she wants to see positive change and she likes the movement. She supports us and she's behind us. So it was a reversal from where it started to sound like she was going with it, but it is hard. Imagine being a mathematician your entire life. Everybody, you tell everybody 2 + 2 is 4, and then suddenly one day somebody comes along and says, "Well, not always. Sometimes 2 + 2 could actually equal this." Everybody goes like, "No, no, there's no way." They're like, "Well, but what if there's no such thing as absolute numbers?" So there's just it's difficult for somebody who's been in an industry or working on something for so long to see a change come by, a meaningful change, and have faith in it because they're used to status quo, and I think that's what's different about us. We're not status quo, and we're making changes. So close. Did this hit? Oh, it dropped below your 10%. Nice try, SKM. Nice try. SKMC. Yeah. It did look like it was going to try and hold above it. I don't know if it's going to fall back down into this channel. We'll see if it does. I know Duncan's upset right now. He's like, I thought I put a number in low enough. You can't blame it on my volume now, can you, Duncan? And volume actually is looking pretty decent as far as hitting my target prediction for the day of 90 to 110 million. We might come in just slightly lower than that, but I think we are trading with enough volume through the day today to hit that kind of a number. It's kind of interesting. We haven't seen. It's been a little while. It's been a hot minute since we had a low volume day, or sorry, a high volume day with a lower price. Let me look back and see when that was. I know there was a time. Yeah, here it is. No, wait, that's not the one. Maybe it's this one. So back on the 13th of July. Oh yeah, it was my birthday. That's why I remember. 9th and 12th, respectively, had 57 and 57.6 million shares and then 62.9 million shares traded. I'll pull it over to the screen so you can see. Let's see here. So right here, you had two levels of volume that were kind of in the ranges that we've been in the last couple days. The price went from 48.37 down to 46.19 that day, then 44.29 to 42.61. And then volume increased up to 86, almost 90 million shares, and price fell again from 40.57 to 39.35. And then even more confusing, the next day was at 137 million shares in volume, and it went from 38.80 down to 33.43. So, but on the other side of that, the very next day was even higher volume, and the price went from $32.20 to $36, and eventually leading up to finishing up here somewhere at 168 million for the day and ending at 43.09. So, I think that what we're seeing right now is the start. We're seeing something like July 13th right now, where volume is increasing, the price is decreasing. Volume will probably continue to increase both Thursday and Friday, and hopefully we'll see an uptick on price on Friday, at the very least. Maybe we'll hit in the same range again too, close to $40. That'd be nice. I look for patterns. look for repeating patterns. That's my thing. And I think, I feel like we're seeing the same kind of repeating patterns that we've had in the past. Let me look at the dates on that on loan for those dates. Okay, so on loan on the 9th, on the July 8th was 99.3. Then it moved down to 99 even on the 9th. On the 12th, it went up to 99.3. And then on the 13th, it went up to 100.2 million. And the day after that, 102.2 million, which was the highest day that we've had probably in over since like June 10th. No, I take that back, since June 7th. So we could be moving into a point of time where we're going to start seeing more shares being borrowed, which is going to create more failure to delivers in the future. So we just got to keep going with the process. Absolutely. SKMC, absolutely 100%. Like, we had a whole bunch of investors that got in at probably, any in the range of between $50 and $70, and this is their first opportunity to see some major drops in price. This is the opportunity to either form diamond hands or to paper hand, and so that's what we're seeing. We're shedding off paper hands, which is fine. The more diamond hands that we build and shed away the dead skin, so to speak, of the group, the stronger we become. Because we've already added more people, more shareholders to the total amount of shareholders, but we have to kind of shed away some of that dead skin before we can continue to build more diamond hands. So we're just basically in the process of refining more diamonds. That's what we're making. We're making diamonds. Yeah. I don't like to laugh at them though, because I've been there, right? I don't know how long you've been in this for. I've been in since January 28th. I was stressed, man. I was stressed. I ain't gonna lie. My heart sank a little bit when I watched the price fall from $14 down to, I don't know, ultimately went down to as low as 5. And I'll tell you why it sank. It sank because I sat there and I watched it and I was like, I know what's going to end up happening. I know it's going to end up being, at least somewhere between $20 and $30 at the very worst case scenario. That's what we'll end up being at. So I'm gonna make money in the end. But it was just so hard. My heart sank so much when I saw those first initial days where the price fell. Yeah. So February 1st, so you might not be, you experienced the fall. You know what I'm talking about. And so I feel for the people who are currently forming those diamond hands. They're struggling because they're watching probably a larger percentage of their money disappearing. Well, that actually wouldn't be the case. We might have had more. It just depends on how much money you put in when. But they might be they're seeing portions of their life savings more than likely disappearing, and that's tough. It's really tough for some people, and I feel for people. But I think the important thing to remember is that there's apes here who are holding. If you did your DD before you bought into this, you realize that there's people that have been here for a long time. And even though I'm in the money right now and I'm losing money, it's not realized. I haven't realized these gains yet. I haven't sold, so I haven't lost anything. I'm up. I'm more than I've ever started out with. But some people like to look at it as, well, but I could have had this if I would have sold then. You can't look at it like that. You just can't. If you look at it like that, you're going to start to lose faith in what's happening. And all the DD that you may have done in the past will become null and void in your mind because you're only looking at what you could have had. And you can't look at it like this, especially when we get into the actual squeeze. When we get into the actual squeeze and we drop 50, 60, 70% in one day, twice in one day, dropping those kind of amounts, you're going to just fold. You will fold. What will you fold like? You're going to fold like a freaking beach chair. That's what you're going to fold like. And you don't want to fold like a beach chair. So more power to you, SKMC, for being in this since February 1st. It's awesome. I'm glad to have you aboard. It's great to have another fellow gorilla amongst us. I'm off my soapbox. I'm going to sit up on a leg now. Sit up on a leg. That's my way of getting off my soapbox. So I'm seeing a lot of this. More and more people are posting this whole Volkswagen thing. They're posting it up here. This is by Ricky Retrotech. Um, again, the Volkswagen squeeze, and they're saying we're here. This isn't the best one that I saw. The other one that I posted up earlier was a lot better. I like to give shout outs to random people that I see posting stuff on Reddit. It's just kind of fun. I don't know. Maybe I accidentally stumble across something you guys put up there. I don't know. I do want to encourage anybody who's watching, if you have DD and you post it, please point it out to me. I would love to cover it, and I'm going to give you my solid opinion as to, just like I did with SKAMC earlier with his prediction on not trying to, or that we might not break under 10% again today. I'm gonna give you my honest opinion. As I would expect anybody to do for me as well. Um, I'll look at it and tell you what I think. And I love seeing DD. So here's a post by Sky the Conservative. I don't know the validity to this, and I'll have to check. True Demon, I'm sure, would have some information on this. But let's see. It says Sky the Sky the Conservative. Oh, I didn't know you could do pictures for your profile. That's cool. 2.3 million failure to deliver shares meet their T plus 35 deadline, directly preceding our earnings call Monday evening. And so they posted something about. Looks like this might be their Twitter account, possibly. I'm also looking forward to the discussion of the dividend on the quarterly earnings report for AMC. Roughly 2.3 million failure to delivers need to be purchased by the end of business Monday, and the call is right after. I don't know. Obviously, I'm not going to be streaming. I don't know. I might adjust my schedule to be available to live stream the phone or the quarterly meeting. I believe it's a phone call. There might be someplace else to get it, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and make myself available for that. Um, I think that's an important conversation. Maybe I can do a little talking over what they're saying, and you guys can get a feel for how I feel about certain issues. you can, uh, you guys can. I don't know. Maybe I should watch it on my own. I'm looking forward to the Gamma when the round of attacks is over. If it gets into the mid 20s, it's going to rip like crazy from all the buying. I mean, yeah, there's going to be super heavy buying between 20 and 30 bucks. One of the things that I had mentioned to one of the guys that I talk with, I'm not going to single him out, but there's an interesting theory that I have, and you don't have to agree with me, but um, if there's you know that the hedge funds have to cover. To cover, they have to buy shares. So if there's a bunch of selling pressure all of a sudden, and they're buying up the shares as fast as they're coming out, um, there could actually end up being a fight, which results in a net positive increase in buying or reflection on the ticker price. Um, so if we get down into the 20s and you get a bunch of people selling, but you also get a bunch of people buying all at the same time, along with the hedge funds trying to buy as well, you could have what ends up turning into this just like massive piranha attack on buying. And so what you might end up seeing from something like that is just a skyrocketing in price. And then if it, if it drives from say like 25 to 20 or 30, 25 to $30 up to 38 in a short period of time, uh, what you might end up seeing is just absolute mass chaos happening. And so my theory is that the hedge funds are being very careful about how they're driving this price down. They don't want to hit these triggers that cause people to come in and massively buy while they're trying to buy as well. They want to buy these shares without competition. If they buy these shares with competition, that's the recipe for disaster. So the way you do that is you kind of have these lulling periods. You drop the price a little bit, you have a lull period for a while where there's not a whole lot of price action movement, and then you might increase it a little bit, kind of draw maybe some people, new buyers or whatever, and then you drop the price a whole bunch more. So it's this is kind of like the stair-stepping action down, and so you're inducing paper hands from both new people, maybe some old people, but you're being very controlled about how you step the price down. If you let this just get out of control, it blows up. Might have to liquidate some more if it stays this low. Unfortunately, EU markets are closed now. Yeah, I hear you, man. Like these prices are pretty amazing. It is trading sideways right now. I put up this parallel channel earlier. I'm deleting it because it's not valid anymore. I do, excluding this little, let me just see, yeah, excluding that candle wick right there, we might have, and this is a bearish indicator. Where's my 0? Let's see if I can draw the other side of this. Oh, I hate it when it does that. There's a box up here, a section that if you want to try and draw a line, it won't let you. Maybe something like that. What I'm seeing here, this is a bearish indicator, which means the price could drop down more. If we continue to consolidate without breaking out over the top of this down to a point down here, we'll probably see it break out somewhere around this time frame right in here. So what we want to see happen is we want to see this break out up and over this box. If we continue to fall within these lines and consolidate down into this box, we'll likely see it break down further. Because basically what's happening here is we're testing this this level of resistance that's right at 30 bucks. Looks like we've tested it, a big block here, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 times now. So we'll see what happens here. I'll leave that up. It's so weird because I didn't actually take a break earlier. I feel like the day's like moving so much slower than it was. We're at 66 million shares traded so far at 12:30. Let's try and figure out what kind of average we're at now. Let's see, 4 hours. about a 99 million share pace, 99.5 million. I think it's 360. Am I doing the right number? That's not right. Yeah, 6.5 times. Yeah, it's 390. I'm not doing the right formula. I've been using 360 minutes in a trading day. It's actually 390 minutes in a day. So I've been slightly off of my numbers that I've been giving you guys today. My mind's somewhere else. So basically, you just take the amount of shares divided by the current amount of minutes that have transpired, which in this case is just roughly about 240 minutes, and then you multiply that by 390, and it comes up. I'm coming up with 107 million shares. We're averaging 107 million shares for the day trade, which will more than likely close less than that unless we have some kind of massive run up and it just causes volume to explode. But that's gonna fit right in there with that 90 to 110 million shares that I predicted for the day. So we're on track. So Duncan, you can't blame it on me, man. Your price prediction for the day today is gonna have to be good based off of what I gave you. There's no excuses now, buddy. I wonder where they're getting this 2.3 million failure to deliver shares that need to be met by T35 deadline. I need to see. Do you guys know where I can find that information? Do you guys have I don't have a page open where I track failure to delivers and the time that they have. I don't know if I don't think Stonko Tracker tracks that. Pretty sure it doesn't. Oh wait, it does. Did they just do the math on their own? Because right now Stonko Tracker is only showing 63,943 shares. They did say the T20, what was it? T plus 35. I'm curious how they're coming up with those numbers. Let me check and see. Right, but where did they get that chart from? Is this that looks like an Excel spreadsheet that they're just tracking on their own? So where are they coming? Where are they coming up with that data? I have such a bad habit of like dragging this all the way over the edge. I don't know what it is about like a blank space over here that I love seeing. But for some strange reason my stupid brain just wants to see this, and I have no idea why when this is so much more important, seeing what's happened. I think I like a clean page. If you don't see it, it didn't happen. Should be the same numbers I have on the chart, so it would be the same chart that Stonko Tracker is putting up. So you're talking about these failure to delivers right here. Oh wait, those aren't them. Yeah, that's them. But if they're just tracking that, like, I don't understand how they're coming up with that number that they have. This one right here, where they're saying 2.3 million failure to deliver shares to meet the plus 35 deadline. Excuse me. So they're saying over 100 million shares on loan currently through Ortex. Nothing changed. Ignore distractions. That was posted a while. How are they seeing that? I'm showing 98.4. How are they showing that on an Ortex? 98.4. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I see what they're doing. They're taking 98.4 million shares from previous day and adding the 1.74 that have been borrowed for the day today and saying it's over 100. Yeah, you can't do that. Nice try. It doesn't work out like that. I watch it pretty stringently, and that is not how it works, unfortunately. Tracking them and expecting that they have to deliver at T plus 35 deadline. So if you remember the demon and the true demon kind of interview, that's the last possible time that they have to deliver. The problem is that you need to have shares failure to delivers that are reporting. Like if I pull up Ortex and I pull up failure to delivers, you know, if we look out 35 days, so what would that be? We're on the 4th of August, so there's, is this trading days? It's got to be trading days. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26, 27, 28. 29, 30. So the 24th of June, if you come back to the 24th of June, that's right here where it says 3.8 million failure to delivers. But that's is 3.8 what they said? I said 2.3. I mean, these are already covered, or else we wouldn't have been off the reg show. I mean, you can already see that we're past. We're already into this period in here. Actually, we're up in here, and we know that we're not on reg show at least since this period of time. So I don't understand how they're coming up with that 2.3 million value. Here's a 2.3 when we first had. This would have been June 18th. 2.3 shows up. So if they're insinuating that 35-day cycle ends, and this whole chunk in here that is going to be day after day after day is what's going to have to be covered in the future, it's already showing that they're off. It's already showing that they're off the books. So I'm not sure. I mean, it sounds like calendar days. Okay. Well, even still. Just that day that they're talking about is indeed the it's got to be that first candlestick that I was showing in that block. So it's got to be this 2.3 right here that was done on the 18th of June. But those are already gone. So I don't know. I'm not sure how that works. I mean, if the failure to deliver is already covered, and if it's a reporting that they've been covered, we've been off reg show for a while. I don't understand how they can carry those over and say like they're suddenly needing to be delivered after 35 days when we're not even on the reg show list. If we were still on the reg show list and we had continuous failure to delivers back here that were still showing up, like if this was just solid blocked lines all the way out to wherever it stops reporting halfway through the month in here, then I would agree. I'd be like, oh, yep, here they come. They're coming. And we're still on reg show. It's going to be an issue. But we're off reg show, and I'm pretty sure that they've hidden those away or kicked the can down the road on those. So I think that's a non-issue. So the price is increasing right now. It does seem like volume's kind of fallen off again here. Let's see, what are we at? These are about 100,000 sticks here. This is 81.58. These are 100,000 sticks. So volume's kind of decreasing. On a 30-minute interval, I imagine RSI has got to be just through the... Oh, it's not. Wow, I'm really surprised. I thought for sure RSI would be still really, really super low based on how we've done today on price moving down, but it's at 33.89. I haven't even looked at that like at all today. On a 5-minute interval, it is currently at 44.13. So surprisingly, those are not as low as I would have thought they would have been. Let me look something up real quick here because I am curious. Relative strength index, how volume plays into that. Let me just see. It's 100 minus 100 divided by the average gain. 1 plus the average gain divided by the average loss. So volume wouldn't play into it at all. I'm looking at trading signals. I'm trying to decipher some patterns. So this pattern at the 5-minute interval is actually a known pattern. According to Investopedia, it's an example of a RSI swing rejection. The way that you identify this, it's a bullish signal. The way you identify it, it says RSI falls into oversold territory, which is going to be this first block right here where it fell into the oversold territory below 30. And then it says RSI crosses back over the 30 percentile, which it does right here. And then RSI forms another dip without crossing back into oversold territory. That's a little confusing the way it reads, but I think basically it's saying that like it doesn't cross like way up into here. It basically crosses the threshold, or it doesn't cross it, it just kind of hits it and then comes back down into it. So this signal right here is a bullish signal. And I'll just put that up there so you guys can see. They're showing it right here. So 30% is going to be right about this line, this breakout point right here. That's 30%. So here's where it dips down into it. It comes back up to the 30% mark, comes back down, and breaks out above. And then according to what it's saying up here, the RSI then breaks its most recent high. So RSI high would be, I don't know, they don't have enough data in here to show where it was high before, but it'll break out above 70%. So based on the 5-minute interval, we have a bullish signal right here. Let me look at the 30-minute interval. Okay, so not quite, because the pattern runs down into the 30 percentile range and then drives back up to 60. before dropping back down into it again. And that would have been our buying, our buying at the, or not buying, but our price increase at the beginning of the day. So it looks like we've gotten up to the top of this. I think this one's considered a triangle. Yeah. So what we want to see happen here is break out of this. In order to defeat this bearish signal, what we want to see happen is to have this price drive back through this indicator here. We want to see it drive past. You know, as we're approaching, it's gonna be like 30, 3660, 30, sorry, 30, 3060. We want to see it drive past that. It doesn't look like we have any sell walls set up here. So we could drive up and out of this and stay away from this period right here. We want to stay out of this box. Kids are getting lunch. It's lunchtime. We have a new 13F that was filed for AMC. Let's see how many shares it was and the date. 10,000 shares. So this is a more significant one. It's not terrible, but it was on 6:30. It looks like they sold about 10,000 shares from Grimes and Company. One thing I want to say that I've noticed with Citadel's filings is it seems like, I'm going to say seems, the quantity of SPAC purchases has dropped. And I don't know if that's because maybe they know that there's some investigations going on. Obviously, if you knew that there was investigations going on, you wouldn't want to continue whatever business procedures or business transactions the same way. You'd want to keep that off the books. So I'm not seeing any new filing on those. So I'm reading this post. This who is this? One dirty lot lizard posted that our government's more fucked up than polio. It's messed up, man. That made me laugh. We need an iron lung. That's so funny. So we are bouncing off the top of this wedge, triangle, whatever you want to call them. I'm never sure if I should call them wedges or triangles. I'm not sure of the differences. I think this one is a yeah, this one is a triangle. So whenever they have the flat bottoms or tops, they're triangles. If it's just a convergence of two lines, it's considered a wedge. Or it could be a pennant if it's off of a flagpole, up or down flagpole. It looks like there's a massive amount of buy orders versus sell orders on AMC right now through Fidelity. I want to check it out myself and see. Somebody posted that on Reddit. Looks like we're third, so we slipped down below. Robinhood and AMD are above us. We are at 72 to 28. And I can put that up on the page for you to see. So Robinhood is up here. They're currently, and it shows you the buy orders versus sell orders. But here we are in third. GME is in 10th with 81 to 19. Yeah. Sounds like you've been around for a while, SKMC. Pennants. Oh, look at that. We broke through. Okay, that's good. It's a good sign to see that we're not going to continue to follow that bearish triangle. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I was born in the 70s, and I'm old. I just made you feel old there, didn't I? I'm gonna leave the box up here. I kind of want to see us stay out of this, stay up and above it. I think it's an important box that we're gonna try to avoid. What I do see right now, this could be the nice formation of a cup. There is intraday cups and handles. We did have a George W earlier. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. Oh, nice. I gotta write that in there. Good age, good age. I like it. 69. Let me see here. I'm gonna see if you're familiar with something. Okay, so you're probably familiar with the polio shot. I would imagine that since you were born in 1952, you would have had the polio shot given to you. So you probably have that spot on the side of on the side of your arm where the polio vaccination was given to you. Most of the people who were, I think, teenagers and above in the 70s would have gotten that shot, and so that would definitely put you in that range. Um, Out of curiosity, because I keep wanting to ask people who've been through that era. Obviously, the polio was a huge killer, and around the world, I would assume. What do you, if anything, what do you remember about that, and um, how would you compare it to what you're seeing that's going on with COVID right now? Uh, if you don't mind talking about it, I'd kind of like to hear what you have to say. I think it's really kind of interesting how there's a lot of resistance to trying to get the vaccines that are out right now, and I think that's unprecedented. We've never had a period of time in our history where people have resisted getting a vaccination for something that kills people. Wait, did I do my math wrong? What did I do wrong? 20. You said 69, right? 1952. No? I'm doing my math wrong somehow. I'm confused. Maybe you put 59. Maybe you meant to type. Maybe is that a typo? Are you 59, not 69? I'm confused. Shouldn't be hard for me to figure out what year you were born. So if you're born in '69, then you may have not had the shot then. So there probably isn't a whole lot for you to compare to. Oh, you were born. I got you. Okay, you were born in '69, not 69 years old. Right. I agree with what you're saying there completely. They did roll it out super fast, and I think that's probably one of the. So I haven't been vaccinated. Um, most of my family has been. I have not been. Uh, One of the main concerns for me is I did see how fast they rolled it out, and I that did kind of scare me a little bit, but it wasn't the main factor. For me, the main factor was that our military wasn't or is not still to this day demanding or mandating that the military service members take the shot, which I think is extremely odd. If there was any kind of risk whatsoever to the troops, or if they thought that it was going to impact the troops in any way whatsoever, they would mandate it, and they would just force them. They would order them to have the shot. But the only people who have to have it in the military right now are people who are deployed, and I find that extremely kind of odd. Um, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not in any way an anti-vaxxer. All my kids are vaccinated, but I do think that it's interesting. I know right now I'm hearing reports out of like Israel that, and I don't want to. I'm not trying to create fear. But and I haven't validated these reports, but I think they are interesting reports that I'm hearing that they're saying that like 80%. So Israel has per capita the highest level of vaccinated individuals of any other country. And currently, what they're saying right now, or what's being reported, is that 80% of the people who are dying from this new variant D are those who have been vaccinated properly, meaning that they've had either one or two shots, however many are required based on whatever shot they got, and that they're also outside of the 2 week period of time. So either the variant D is not working against the vaccination, or two, the vaccination in some way causes the body to react in a certain way to where it is unable to fight against a full-fledged attack of the virus. So That's not the reason why I'm not getting it. To plainly be simple, the only reason I'm not getting it is just because of the whole military thing. The minute that they mandate that that military service members uh, take the vaccine, I'm going to be in line standing for one. I guarantee it. Okay, yeah, you got it back in March, and you had COVID in March and April. Same. I had it in. It might have been January. I'm not sure exactly when I had it. I think it was around the January time frame. One of the things I hadn't even considered. I guess apparently one of the senators just got this COVID, and he was vaccinated. Senator Graham. I'm not sure. I forgot what the last. Maybe that is his last name. I don't know. There was a senator named Graham that just came down with COVID, and he was vaccinated. So it's just gonna be interesting to see what ends up happening with this whole COVID thing. I think that if there's any kind of shutdowns, I think that they're gonna be rolling shutdowns based on uh, concentrated levels of infections in cities. So if you hit level threats, whatever your level threat may be for the city, if say it's like a 3 or 4, that's when they'll probably do like localized shutdowns for those areas. I don't think that we're going to have a huge problem with like just massive shutdowns. However, I did hear just recently that they're writing up a speech for President Biden to deliver, and it's supposedly going to be on the level of JFK with the Cuban Missile Crisis type feeling to it. So we'll see what ends up happening, but I don't suspect that they're going to shut down the country. I don't think that's where they're going to go. I think there's just absolutely way too many people who would stand against that. 36. You passed out in the SKMC. Do you live by yourself? You say you passed out on the bathroom floor for 36 hours. I hope you weren't by yourself during that time. Like like you just couldn't move, but you were okay, or that's worrisome. I'm worried for you. I'm gonna have to get your phone number, man. Check up on you if you ever get COVID again or something, because that's a long time to go passed out on the bathroom floor. I gotta change out my cooling blanket. It's getting a little hot in here. I got one of these Costco cooling blankets. They actually work pretty decently. This chair does get hot from time to time. Okay, so we're dropping in price, coming back for that box that I was pointing out earlier. Um, oh my gosh, that's terrible, man. That is terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. Uh, that's not cool. All right, if you get sick again, man, you're gonna contact me. I got my information down at the bottom. I'm gonna call up and check on you because that's not cool, man. No, we can't have people passing out on their bathroom floors like that. Eeh. I'll tell you what though. I think I had it twice. I said this the other day. I think I had it twice. I had it in. My mom hates that I'm saying this. I think I had it in early December of 2019. Don't even ask how I got it that early. I don't think that's the part she would hate me saying, but uh, there's a good chance that I may have gotten it back in December of 2019, or maybe it was January I'm sorry, January of 2019. And uh, wait, what year was that? 20 or 21, 20? No, I'm sorry. Yeah, it would have been December of 2019. Or January of 2020, and I just got so sick, so sick. I went into the doctors like I don't know, I can't tell you how many times I went in, 4 or 5 times, and they gave me everything they possibly could give me. Uh, at one point, I had like 103 temperatures. I couldn't walk, I couldn't breathe, and at one point they said, "We don't know what this is. We think you have allergies." They didn't have COVID testing back then. There just was no COVID test. They didn't COVID was just kind of hitting like the news around that time. Maybe it was even like January, right? So it was just starting to hit the news around that time. So, but I did get it. So I don't know if I actually had it then, but whatever it was really super bad. And then I got something. I definitely got COVID this last January. I was tested and tested positive, and um, it felt exactly what had happened before. But luckily, I had known some of the tricks that kind of got me through the first time. If you happen to get COVID, or you know people who get COVID, do not have them sleep on their backs, because I can tell you right now, biggest mistake you can make is sleeping on your back when you've got COVID. That stuff just builds up in your lungs so quick. You spend one night on a back for just a couple hours, and that fluid will build up in your lungs, and you just can't recover from it. So ultimately, you have to stay off the back, get on the side, sleep on your stomach, whatever you can do to just get off the back. That's number one. Number two is that whole zinc thing. People were passing around information about zinc, and a lot of the supplements. Those were probably really helpful for me too the second time around. I did end up going to the emergency room the second time around, and but they took all my vitals and ran a bunch of tests and said that there was nothing they could really do for me, and they sent me home. So there are reports that China shut down all the roads and communication around the Wuhan lab in October 2019. I think it was Senator Tom Cotton that said that in an interview. Yeah, so it was December of 2019 or January of 2020 when I got it the first time, and whatever it was the first time. My mom doesn't like me saying that I had COVID because I really don't know. There was no testing out for it back then. But what I will say is that she lives about, I think it's an hour and a half northwest of Wuhan, in China, and she had come back and visited, in December, and shortly thereafter I got sick, and the whole family got sick. Everybody got sick. I may have been on the front lines of getting COVID the first time around. I don't know. But it was pretty rough. Whatever it was rough. I can understand why you'd want to pass out on the floor. I was there. Oh, and that's the other thing too. If you get COVID, or you know somebody who gets COVID, tell them to walk, get up and do stuff. Like I found myself sometimes just standing up and pacing back and forth. I just would pace, and you got to get up and move and have the circulation going. Your brother got pneumonia from laying down and had to go for breathing treatments. You slept in a recliner. That's, dude, exactly what I did. Recliner the second time around. I did a recliner, stayed on my side. I made sure I didn't lay on my back, or if I did go on my back, it wasn't crucial because it was, I wasn't fully laying down. So highly recommend recliners. Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what I did. Slept in it for a week and had peppermint schnapps, hot coffee, and Mucinex on hand. I didn't think to go with the peppermint schnapps. I can't. I got sick of peppermint schnapps when I was younger, so I can't do peppermint schnapps. It had to been like Goldschlager for me or something. I need cinnamon schnapps. I can't do peppermint anymore. I wore out that welcoming mat. Although I would imagine that like Kahlua. Well, you can't do milk. Maybe Kahlua and vodka might be a good mix. I don't know what Kahlua has got coffee in it. That could be a little bit of a boost. Yeah. If I ever get it again, I might go Kahlua and coffee. I hadn't I hadn't actually thought of drinking. Maybe that's why you were passed out in the bathroom. Let's see here. Let's check inflow versus outflow real quick. 439 to 482. Almost a 50-point spread. I mean, it's really only 43, but still, it's getting up there. 43 versus 50. Who cares? It's a pretty big spread on inflow versus outflow. I would suggest that there were paper hands today, almost undoubtedly, and that's what they're doing to the price. You know, they're attempting to drive the price down today because they want those paper hands. They need those paper hands. 15.35% short share interest on the free float with, come on, update Ortex. Oh, Ortex dropped out for me for a second. 1.75 million shares loaned. That's slightly up from where it was earlier. It was 1.73 earlier. Let's see. We have 70.78 million shares traded for the day today, with a little less than 2 hours left to go. Hour and 45 minutes. Let's see what kind of pace that's putting us on. 70.8. About a 96.9, so 97 million, 97 million pace. Yeah, so the prediction is still holding good of 90 to 110 million. It's almost centered right on it, so not bad. That was the prediction I came up with around 7 a.m. I think it was. Let's look at options real quick here. Okay, it looks like the highest amount of volume right now is on the call side is at the $35 strike price with 44.2, up from 38.1. $30 strike price is still running high on the puts at 33.7, up from 25.7. So we were running a 3-to-1 ratio, I believe, earlier today, but now that's starting to catch back up here. Could you guys even see that? Okay, good. Sometimes I have these tally marks up here and I forget about them, and I show you something that's right in the way. Yeah, it sucks that he got pneumonia. It really sucks. Okay, price is driving back down into this box here. This is a box I wanted to avoid. I'll tell you what. You know, even if I've only had COVID once, when I breathe at the end of my exhales, if I'm just relaxing, I can hear something still gurgling in my chest, and it's been, you know, six months since I've had it, probably 7 months. So there's still stuff going on. So a lot of people are saying they're waiting to see Robinhood drop in price. You know, if you pulled out a 5-minute interval, you can see what it did today. It got up to as high as 85 in the beginning, and then it did drop, but it's climbing back up from there. So I think what they're saying though is they're waiting for the big drop. Amazon is down 0.13%. Cinemark is down 4.16%. Doge is up 2.58%. GME is at 3.86% down, and we are at 9.9%. Oops, I got to get back on a 1-minute interval. Falling right through that box I wanted to stay out of. Well, volume is picking up, and that's the good thing. I understand, Mark. I get you, man. You know, a lot of people wanted to avoid robbing Hood like the plague. So let me give you a little analogy. Not very many people have surfed in their lifetime, but this kind of goes along. This little story here goes along with the grass is always green on the other side. So when you surf, you kind of get out in the swells, and you're sitting there waiting for your sets or your waves to come along. And usually when you're on the beach, you look out at the waves and you kind of find where the good waves are breaking at. For the most part, they usually stay in the same. So if you're local, you know where they're always going to be breaking at. But if you're new to an area, you're kind of looking it out, you're gauging it out, and you get out there, you get out into the water, and you're sitting out there waiting for these waves to come in. So you know what I'm talking about then. And you sit there and you look left and right down the beach and you go like, my God, the waves are breaking so much bigger down the shore just a little bit. I'm gonna go down there. So you swim down there, you get down there, you miss your set. You turn around, you look behind you, and you're like, holy crap, the set that I was waiting for the whole time is now back where I was at, and where I'm at now, it looks completely dead. And really what it is it's just perspective, right? It was never that it was actually bigger further down the beach. It was just that from your perspective, it looked bigger because where you were at, it just didn't feel as big as what you saw further down the beach. So I like to say instead of the grass is green on the other side, I like to say the waves are always bigger down the beach. Um, Wait for your sets. If you've done your investigation from the beach and you've looked out and you saw where the waves were breaking at, you know where the good waves are coming in because you know where the ocean floor meets up with where the waves should be breaking. You've got to take those spots, and that's what we've done. We've taken our spots, we've gotten in on our positions, and now we're sitting here on our boards waiting for the wave to come. And which the last thing that you want to do is start swimming down the beach trying to catch those waves that are on the other side. Yeah, I I'm with you guys. So wait for those sets. Those sets are gonna come. Um, don't be impatient. We can wait. We can do this, and it's gonna work out for us. I have conviction in all the DD that I did to get here, and it's already proved me right once, and I believe that it's going to prove me right again. I think you guys, that's the whole reason you're here. You believe the same thing. I like that. I like, you can apply that analogy to all my girlfriends. you know, I can see where you're going with that. I can't say that I can't say that I'm at that point in my life. I've found the big wave. I'm happy with the wave, or with the area that I've this beach, this section of the beach that I'm on. I like this, so I'm riding the good spot. Um, I'm sorry to hear that about you trading in the waves that you maybe wish you would have stuck with. That sucks. Now you got. Sometimes you have to get back in line with the other surfers that showed up in your spot that you had all to yourself for a while. There's always bigger wave. There's always other beaches. How's that? There's always other beaches. Get out of the water. Go find a new beach. That's for your girlfriend situation, not for this stock. Mark, being that you were in Hawaii, I can't even tell. I'm looking at your picture. It almost looks like the picture. It's so small on my screen, but it almost looks like it's a picture of Hawaii. Can I click on it? What does it do? Open image, new tab. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I opened image in a new tab, and this is what it gave me. I can't even. There we go. That doesn't really help much. I was going to say, is that Hawaii? But it doesn't quite look like it. I know when before June hit. Oh, that's awesome. It kind of looked like Hawaii. I've been there twice to Oahu. I would really love to check out some of the other islands, but I've only been to Oahu twice. It the only reason it's small on my screen is because I actually don't know why it's small. Don't change it. Leave that picture. It's a great picture. I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, I've been to Oahu twice, and I'll tell you what. One of the most amazing things. I'm such an eccentric person when it comes to like noticing beauty. So like everybody else probably goes to Hawaii and looks at like all the amazing beaches and goes like, wow, it's just so beautiful and everything, and you know the greenery that's like in your picture and everything. Me, I think it was the North Shore on Oahu. We went up over to the North Shore. I don't remember the other beaches being like this, but when we went there on the beach, we stepped out onto the beach, and this was back in like '95, I think, 1995. And I looked down at the sand. I was like, this sand's different. There's something odd about it. And I picked it up like a handful of sand. I looked at it because I grew up on the West Coast in San Diego. And I'm looking at the sand, and as I hold the sand in my hand, I can see that every single piece of sand was a seashell. Like I'm not talking like massive size seashells. Imagine a piece of sand, but being able to see that that piece of sand, one little pebble, is a seashell. Because the granules are a little bit bigger than what you would normally find on like a regular sandy beach, but it's not to the point to where you know if you don't look at it really super closely that you can tell. But it's so fascinated the crap out of me because I'm sitting here looking up and down the beach and I'm seeing like just crap tons of of sand and it's all seashells and I'm going like, my God, can you imagine how long it took to grind up all seashells into what it was that I was seeing? And of course, you don't think about that like when you're on a regular beach sand and you know it's rock and it's just rock that's been ground up over time and not seashells. But I think it was just the mass amount of seashells that were ground up over time that really surprised and shocked me. And then that always kind of every time I saw pictures of like a black beach where it's lava rock, and I believe there's only a couple left in the world. There used to be some in Hawaii, but they're gone now due to lava flows. But there are still some left in the world. And on my bucket list, I want to go see a black sand beach because that is lava rock that's been ground up over time. And how amazing is that? Like, I mean, I bet it's hot as shit, but it's got to be so cool to see um, just Mother Nature impacting rock like that. Seashells, rock, whatever it is, it's grinding up. So amazing. If they would have been puka shells in the 70s, you would have found gold. They weren't. No. Like it's like pebble size, right? Each one of the pebbles of sand were shells. So you pick up a handful of sand and you've got like just millions of pebbles in your hands of seashells. And it was just crazy because that's all it was. It wasn't like it was just individual pieces were shells of the sand. Each individual pebble was a seashell, and they looked all different. There was no two that were the same. Absolutely incredible. No, it was funny because my ex-wife, who I was with at the time, she's like, I never even noticed. She'd lived there for a while and just never had noticed that fact. I don't remember all the beaches being like that though. It was specifically the North Shore uh, beaches that I recall that were like that. Like we went to Sandy's, uh, Hamanua Bay or something. I can't remember what the name of it was. Something other bay. I don't remember the beaches, either of those two being like that. We also went to Waikiki Beach and didn't see anything like that there. It was all, it was just the North Shore. Looks like I got a message over here. Let's see what I got. So I posted something to So and Sir for Hire. Um, he had posted something a while back that I was trying to link to the shareholder vote count. He just wrote me a message back. That's on Reddit. He said, "Yep, I think shit's about to pop off." He had some kind of confirmation bias that I had to a theory that I was working on. It's something that I haven't presented on the show. Duncan and I kind of looked it over together, and Duncan kind of showed me like where there were some flaws in some of my. I need somebody to kind of point out like flaws in what I was looking at, and let me tell you, he found some great flaws. And I had recognized them. There's things that I don't understand. And if I have people on the channel that can explain them, one of the questions that I have is how much can the institutional buyers have ownership of the float? Those are questions I need answered. I don't understand. My understanding is that I thought the float was just retail investors, but apparently that's not necessarily the case. Institutional investors can own the float as well, um, as seen just simply by pulling up the sheer amount of, if you just go to total institutional shares, you can see that they own well into the float there, just with that value alone. But my question is I thought that there was a specific value that they couldn't hold over the institutional investors, and I can't find that information anywhere, and I'm trying to figure that out. So if you can find that or you know that information, please let me know. Because I think it can help me to identify possibly how many actual shares exist using the shareholder. Well, not the total amount that exists, but a good portion of them. How many we have in failure to delivers and all that kind of good stuff. But anyways, I'm not going to go into it. It's I got a response back from him. He thinks it's going to pop. And let's see what the other one is. Yeah, don't care. I'm going to pull out to a 30-minute interval here. I just want to kind of see something. This is a little messy because of my Fibonacci retracements here, but Man, I was super bearish. Sorry, bearish. I was super bullish today, but I'm gonna be super bullish tomorrow. Like, no, I was bullish today. I'm gonna be super bullish tomorrow, because I really feel like we're oversold right now. I see some heavy buying pressure coming in here. RSI is currently at 34.03 at a 30-minute interval. On a 5-minute interval, we are currently at 42.09. So those are lowish numbers, not as low as they could possibly go. I was stating earlier that Investopedia signals this right here as a bullish indicator on RSI because it's a dip under 30. It goes back up to 30 and then dips down a second time. And it actually dips down a third time below 30. And then it's supposed to signal a new high on RSI where it's supposed to climb up to, a new high. That's all it says. So whether that be, up here in the 70s again, I'm not sure. That's new to me. I just learned about that indicator just today. So I do see. I didn't want to see us fall back into this box. I felt like that, could be applying pressure to test that $30 price range again. So I do, since we did fall back down into that box, I do believe that we could test $30 once more. As to whether or not we break through 30, I'm not sure. Volume, look at the decline since just, how long ago is this? 1323. So in the last hour, volumes declined pretty consistently. It does look like they borrowed some more shares. Just 50,000. Short share interest on the free float is at 15.35%. And I'm going to draw a wedge. On wedges, you can't really, I mean, this almost looks like a pennant, but not quite. Let's draw it out. A little late there to draw it, I guess. So let's draw another box. Possibly a breakout around here. I'm going to move the box just slightly. Come on, box. Okay, guys, I need about a 30-minute break, so I will be back at 2:10 to finish out the day today. It's great seeing all 7 of you here. I appreciate you guys being here. We'll close out the day together in about 30 minutes from now. Hopefully we're going to be looking really strong moving towards the end of the day and into the after hours. I'm really hoping to see some good volume moving into the after hours and having some movement then. Like I said, super bullish for tomorrow. So I think we'll need to see some bullish movement in the after hours to kind of lead us into what's going to happen tomorrow. So let me put up my information real quick. Oops. All right, see you guys back here in just a little bit. Okay. I am back. So we did break out of that that wedge. Right in that box too. Looks like we kind of touched off the top here, broke down in the middle of the box, and then broke out. Actually, I'd call the breakout right probably about right at the end of the box, honestly. What I'm seeing currently appears to be a ascending parallel channel. Not quite. Never mind. We don't have 2 touch points quite yet. I take that back. We'll have to see how much further we ride this. I could draw a new wedge based off of our current values. So we did break out here, so I'm just kind of extending the wedge a tad bit here to kind of indicate that we still got consolidation going on. There's not a whole lot of buying pressure. Volume is kind of low. It's picking back up. 145 is not bad. 145,000 shares a minute. We really want to see 250. But it is slowing down. We are in the last 50 minutes of the day. 15 million shares is what we're going to have to trade to get to my minimum today, which was 90 million shares. But we did break out of the box. I didn't move the box in case you guys were just joining back in. I did not move the box. I simply adjusted my wedge out. We did break out of the box right at the very end there, where the box is at, and we broke out above where the wedge was before. But I've extended the wedge based off of this touch point here. So the 2 touch points before were here and here, and so now it's here and here. So only because we have more consolidation occurring, it's not really taking off. So I just extended it out. So I can draw another box. We're right on. I feel like we're right on track with where we would break out. Oops, did not mean to do that. If I were to draw this normally, I probably would say somewhere in this time frame. Seeing another breakout, so we're real close to. We're probably gonna have another move going up here. Let's look at lent shares. Pulling over Ortex data, we are currently at 15.34% short interest on the free float. 1.71 million shares borrowed for this. It returned about 40,000. Actually, I'll leave this over here. Take a look at options. $46.2 at the $35 strike price. 46.2 up from 44.2. So 4,000 increase in volume for calls. On the puts, it's up to 36.7. At $30 strike price. So our spread on the daily volume is 35 to 30. On our OI, it is 40 to 30. With just a shit ton over here. $120. We got a lottery ticket buyers over here. 30.7 thousand $1 lottery ticket buyers. I don't even know what the payout on that would be. I kind of want to see, but I'll save it for later. I am going to extend this box out just a hair. There we go. Just so it kind of looks, I like a time frame that I didn't put it right on this line here. But that should be about a 15-minute time span. Looks like it's 10 minutes. Was this 10 minutes as well? 55 to, yep. Yeah, I'll give myself the same time frame. On a 30-minute interval, I ate a bunch of fried rice and it's not wanting to stay down. I mean, it's staying down, but it's got congestion or something going on here. 35.57 on a 30-minute interval for RSI, which is a little bit low. On a 5-minute, we are at 47.84, which is just slightly below average. So here comes the green candlesticks. Whew, can't talk. Got a clogged up throat. What is the deal? I'm excited about the end of the day or something. Let's see. I guess we're really close to the end of the day here. Let's see what our average volume pace is going to take us out to. Approximately 45 minutes left of trading. Oh, 3:45. About 85 million and 85.84 million. So it's going to be slightly underneath the amount of volume that I thought we were going to have. I've always loved that that beach analogy. It's just a different take on the grass is green on the other side. But I think what I liked the most about it was that, you know, when I talked to people who had surfed before, they totally understood. There's a lot of truth involved in what I say. United Healthcare is asking me if I'm vaccinated. Wanting to update my digital vaccine record. Should I just tell them yes? Maybe they'll leave me alone. I don't know. They'll probably want to see credentials. Citadel is about as busy as usual for their foot traffic. No new filings for AMC right now under the 13F or NP filings, the institutional filings on AMC. Duncan's back in the running for a point for the tally marks. Let's see. So is John. Eric's a little bit out of the money right now on that. We've got to hit 31 for Eric to be back in the running. And I'm way out of the target range. Looks like it wants to break out real close. It's getting there. It's like super, super close. Again, volume just kind of died off. We're at 80. I guess on the last minute we were at just over 100,000 shares in the minute exchanging hands. It's pretty low. There we go. There we go. Yeah, but with volume dead, it's just not gonna spike very quick. We need more buying pressure. Those are my knuckles, if you can hear it. You know, one thing I don't think I've touched on today was looking up news articles. Being that being that we had so much movement, you know, almost a 10% drop in one day, I guarantee you there's going to be all kinds of hit pieces. So let's check the news and see what they got to say. Number one, the Motley Fool, of course. They really love to throw out some of their input whenever we're struggling. I'm gonna click on. I don't know. I'm gonna click on Motley Fools. I refuse to read them, but I want to see what they're saying here. Okay, so this is interesting. They actually are some interesting key points, which I honestly hadn't really considered from this perspective. I kind of thought of it from the other side, but uh, three key points that they put up there. Meme stocks are going to be volatile regardless of their business prospects. With AMC and Sundial due to report earnings soon, holding the stock through door reports may not be appealing. I'm not sure what door is. The short-term prospects for all three are dim, though in the longer term there is hope. Oh boy. It says I moved down to the now what section in their article, and it says all three stocks have weak business models through AMC and Game. Oh, it says though AMC and GameStop arguably have the best chance at making a turnaround. Their operations were in a downturn before the pandemic, and then decimated by the lockdowns. Through the video game retailer was unable to make the most of its e-commerce ambitions. Yep. Well, that's the Motley Fool for you. I like to call it the mostly fool. 22 hours ago is yesterday. One day ago, wow. Surprisingly, the Motley Fool's the only hit piece out today on our 10% drop in price. which is extremely surprising. So I got this prediction, I'd say, right here on the breakout. On this one, I didn't. Looks like I missed it by a couple of minutes, 2 minutes. I'm going to extend it out some more, draw another box, another 10-minute box here. That should be 10 minutes, 15:39 to 15:29. So all three of these boxes are 10-minute intervals. And I'm trying to guesstimate the breakout points. Again, I still see us moving up. So far, this breakout was above, this breakout was above, and I have a feeling this next breakout will also be above. That'll put us into, if it does break out at the end of this box here, that'll put us at 15:39, which is really getting close to the last 20 minutes, which is, I want to say close. It's about 5 minutes away from the last push that we have for the end of the day. Okay, sounds good, Duncan. Have fun tomorrow. Uh, almost all the news at MarketWatch AMC page is about Hood. What are they at? Oh, it dropped in price. Nice little day drop there, isn't it? Like I said, man, be careful. If you're looking to trade Robinhood, you're cruising for a bruising. You know, it's okay to swing trade. You know, I think it would have been a good swing play. You know, I'm not currently doing that. That might be absolutely. When this is all said and done, and I have additional monies available, I will take a portion, a very small portion, and probably start swing trading after this is over, and trying to find where the money goes. I do want to kind of look into. Um, I guess I kind of want to take this a little bit further. Not as a job, but just kind of seeing if I can find swing plays. That's where I kind of want to go with this. I do really kind of feel strongly. One of the things that I've been looking at is IPOs. Robinhood is not the one that I would invest in. But if you're going to do a swing play, you know, it's definitely one worth looking at. You know, there's if you can time getting out at the right spot, you know, there's definitely obviously some money to be made. It happened. But as of right now, I don't any spare cash that I'm throwing around is going to be going towards AMC, and that's it. That's where I desired my money to be. Um, my conviction to this movement to the idea that this creates or sets a precedent for changing the market and the way that we trade in the market is more important to me than trying to make money, little side money on here and there. While I know that would help to increase the amount of money that I could invest in AMC, it's just not my thing. IPOs are interesting. Have had a few good runs on those. Yeah, I know. I think the thing with an IPO is you've got to find a company that you know is going to be profitable. Like they've got a product that just everybody wants. It's popular. You know, you can just see what your kids are into or something like that, and whatever companies are kind of coming around. You know, those are the companies. See if they have a product that looks like that can last. Is it something they can expand on? Um, I don't know. I kind of think IPOs are kind of where I want to go. I think we have some in the future. I think that there will be a lot of room for growth in new companies. Not right now, though. We're gonna have to go through a little bit of a rebranding of the American economy before that actually happens. Okay, so I got 2 out of 3 of the boxes here breaking out of the wedges. So we do have a continual price movement. I can't really set a before I couldn't set a parallel channel. Let me see if I can now. I could, but it's not going to be clean. Yeah, something like that. It's not clean at all, though. You know, this breaks out way above it, and this one's just touching. I got 2 touch points here. It's just not clean. Yeah, I mean, IPOs would be dangerous right now, for sure. I will definitely set aside some money to play around in the stock market, but it's going to be things that I don't know if I want to do day swing trading, but like, so I guess that's not really swing trading. Swing trading is really kind of like a day to day kind of thing, I think, or I feel. I'm looking more for like IPOs that you can kind of get into and out of really quickly, um, but it would be in the future, not like right away. I want to make sure I'm clear with you real quick, Duncan, before you go. Going to hit another amusement park with the kids tomorrow. If my bid does not come in, it will be today's closing plus or minus 10% as the lower mark. Okay, so whatever we close at today, subtract 10% and make that your lower mark and add $3. Got it. Is that right? That is super, super bearish. Because let's say, for example, that we were to close somewhere in between this ascending channel here. If that were the case, we could close somewhere between 30.55 and 30.82. Oh, plus 10%. Okay. Okay, right. I see it now. I don't know why I missed the plus sign. It's small on my screen. Right. Okay. So for example, if we close today, and I'll just say 30.82. Basically, I would just say 30.82 plus 3.08. So your bottom mark for tomorrow is going to be 33.9. Right, gotcha. Okay. Not a problem. I can do that. I can set that up for you. That's an interesting way to go about tomorrow's price change. It makes sense, right? I could see like a 10% correction day over day. So like, you know, we went down 10 today, tomorrow we go up 10. That you know could definitely seem like it's in the what's the word they use? In the stars. That could definitely be in the stars. Yeah, so I basically set 3 wedges and called 2 out of the 3 where it would break out at, and then at this point we're just on an ascending channel. ascending parallel channel, which is a bullish, or I mean a bearish indicator. So I'm going to go ahead and delete these now. Just to kind of clean things up before the end of the day. I understand, man. You know, sometimes you gotta walk away from it, right? You know, if it's getting you down, or if you know, or just if there's things to do with the family, you gotta do that. I actually might be going to do something tomorrow as well. If I do leave for, we're going to like a water park, amusement park as well. I will probably submit a couple short videos throughout the day that kind of like give an update as to what's happening. And I'll be doing it from the amusement park, if that's what we end up doing. If not, I'll be here again. I don't think we've fully decided whether we're going to do it or not. But have fun with the kids tomorrow, and enjoy the day away from AMC. I hope that you don't have an app on your phone that shows you the price of AMC. I hope you completely manage to get away from it. Okay, this bearish indicator of this ascending channel is actually breaking out below it now. But have fun tomorrow, Duncan. And as usual, thanks for everything that you do and being part of the community. Currently, 1.7 million shares were borrowed for the day today. That is down ever so slightly. It was 1.71 earlier. So another 10,000 shares returned, but we're still up they still borrowed 1.7 million shares. At least according to Ortex, with the short share interest at 15.34%. So this is the bearish push for the end of the day here. It looks like they're going to have about 7 minutes of pressure that they're going to apply. So we would look to see this run probably stop. I'm into drawing boxes now. I don't know what the deal is, but I just love these boxes. So we broke out here, and we'll probably end this rally here. So that's what we're, dang it. That's what we're looking to probably get down to. I just kind of drew it off of $30 because $30 has been a level of support today that we've maintained. So hopefully they don't get too much further than this. This will probably be where they trade down to before we see it rebound and up out of the box and start heading back up again. That's what I'm hoping for. Something that looks a little like that for the end of the day today. Getting close. It's about 12 million shares away from my lower prediction on volume for the day today. So volume is a little bit low. Duncan is out of a point now. Duncan's really hoping my prediction is gonna pan out because that'll give him his point, his tally mark for the day, and keep him only one behind John instead of two behind, like the rest of us. I think John, more often than not, is going to be right if he always just picks, percentages lower than where we were the previous day, because there's more of that than there is days where we spike. So it seems to be like it's the right strategy. If you're just trying to get daily points, that would be the correct strategy to probably take. Uh, I, however, basing it off of like just kind of daily um, historical movement in the past, mixed with volume for the day, mixed with some of the indicators that I'm looking at that look like we might have some uptrends, but they don't pan out, and that's okay. Oof. I'll tell you what, Duncan. I do think that today is going to be the fight for 30, and you're right on that. You're right on that line, weren't you? 30.3. Oh, jeez. I'm really surprised you picked a 30.3 number. If I had to guess, you probably wanted to capture a number on the top side. So it doesn't look like it's going to get down to 30. They're already getting a little bit of resistance. There is a buy wall at $30.10. There's a huge wall at $29.90 of 10,000 shares. This was posted by Brutal Bob 63. This is making me laugh way more than it should. This is hilarious. Me watching all the AMC GME YouTubers live streams during MOAS. Oh, jeez. That's just hilarious. I'm sure there's so many now. Okay, so they are pushing for that $30 mark right down here at the bottom, like I was suggesting. I do think that we'll bounce off of that. If not 30, it'll probably be a 29.90. Oh, that disappeared. Never mind. Looks like they decided to start fighting it a little bit earlier than that. Looks like some shares, some 3 different walls popped up at just above 30. So we'll kind of looks like we're going to tend to see a little bit pretty close to what I was drawing out here. I would say that this is where you're going to start seeing the reversal. The last 15 minutes. We're now in that time frame. We got 1 more minute to go here. Oh, I guess my box should have gone 1 more minute. I'm going to just adjust my box because it looks like it was off by a minute. Odd. It says 15:45 on my page here, but it's only 1444. Strange. There we go. Just scooted it over one box. All right, now should be the green candlesticks. Come on, green. Duncan's rooting for you. Duncan's over there doing a little rain dance. What, if you're still watching, Duncan, what's the, what do you guys chant stuff when you're rooting something on? Like, how, what do you do? What do you do to chant for something? It does look like I'm getting some interference right now, guys. I don't know if you're receiving the stream or not. It says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. You guys are going to be receiving buffering. I haven't seen this before at the end of the day today, of a day like this. It's kind of odd. There's definitely some buffering going on, some kind of... I'll see if there's like something on my... I'm not sure what's going on. Well, I know it's still recording, but I'm not sure exactly what's going on. I don't know why I'm receiving messages. I'm receiving strange messages. I apologize, guys. I don't know what's going on here. Not sure why I'm having issues with internet connectivity. Okay, hopefully it's still back on here. I'm limping. I'm limping to the end. I'm gonna leave everything shut down until the end. Not sure what's going on with the internet connection, but it suddenly got really super slow. So we're struggling to try and keep it above $30. There is about a $15,000 buy wall, 18,000 now. We're definitely fighting to try and keep it up there, but these are actually taking big hits. They are actual walls. The volume is picking back up due to this. Coming down to about the remaining, I'm showing 7 minutes left, but I think it's really only 6 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. So I think my time's slightly off, so I'm trying to adjust for it. Let me see when the next time block starts here. So as soon as the next time block starts, there should be exactly 6 minutes left. Right now, 14:53, 50. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 minutes left. With that 6 minute right there. Okay, well, we're getting close to the end of the day. We'll wrap this up here. We do have a bit of a buy wall still happening here. That is getting, it's an actual wall. It is taking the brunt of the hit, trying to keep the price from hitting up over 30.01. There's absolutely a fight going on right now. You can just see it. The 30.01 keeps reloading. Oh, there it is. It broke through. Oh, that fight's over. 29s. That's a pretty big run at the end of the day today. I think the funniest thing about this is that SSR is on and they're still attacking it the way that they are. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty ballsy. It's pretty crazy. Definitely paper hands going on. There's some paper hands mixed into this because right now we're at 29.80. Actually, we're still not down to the lowest we were. We were at 29.81 earlier, so we're still not increasing our percentage, which was 27.2. Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. It's going to be another day today, guys, tomorrow. And I'm back for it. I promise I will be here. If not in blocks of short videos, it could be the full day. I'm not sure which. But I will see you guys tomorrow for sure, one way or the other. I will not have my cool intro music if I'm just doing streaming from out and about. But hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow. Some of you I won't. And drink, eat, spend time with the family, do what it is that makes you happy, and we'll come back with a fresh new look at this tomorrow. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off, and I will see you guys later.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Acceleration confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.